Hello, everybody. Welcome to How to NieR. So I guess before we really get started with the run itself, I want to go ahead and show you kind of like the basic terminology we use for different moves and kind of like the different options for combat and movement in prologue. So yeah. All right. All right. So, I did this equip wrong. All right. So, NieR Automata basic movement. Oh, excuse me. I forgot to. All right. So, there's a bunch of different ways that you can have control set up. This is what I personally like to use. The real important things is that you have flashlight bounded to things. I'll explain that in a bit. And that you have self-destruct in a place that's accessible because you'll be using it a lot after prologue. This is what I like, but it doesn't really matter all too much. One of the other big things is that we're going to be using weapon set 2 in prologue, and we do this because it has a short sword in your heavy slot. For us in prologue and for basically all the run, this is going to be Virtuous Contract. And this is for combat reasons, which we'll get to later. Okay, how to NieR. You can move with this stick, and you can aim with this stick. Have a jump and a double jump. Then you have pod fire, which is like your ranged attack. It does damage, yay. You have like grounded light attack, which we really never use. And then we have fun mechanics of evade / dash, is usually what I call it. If you don't hold a direction, you'll just do an evade backwards and that's it. If you hold like forward or any other direction, you'll do an evade, and then this will break you out into a run. We don't really use this run. It's slow. It takes time to charge up, and even then, it's just not that fast. Instead, what we do in prologue is we'll do what's called dash chaining. This basically means that as soon as you see or hear 2B take her first step, we'll do another dash. And this is making it so that you're getting the fast part of the beginning of the dash a bunch. And you zoom. I don't know if there's a good way to show how much faster it is, if it's just like running versus dash chaining. But that's going to be the movement we use for prologue as far as like horizontal movement's concerned. As far as further vertical movement, if you jump and you hold your pod, or you jump and you hold jump, you're going to do a pod glide. This is just like makes it so you float to the ground slower. If you add on to that and you do a light attack while you're doing a pod float, you're going to do a pod spin. This gives you even more time in the air, and gives you a little bit more horizontal movement as well, because it allows you to not touch the ground for a longer duration of time. Lastly, we have a pod launch. You can do it on the ground too. I just usually do it in the air. I don't know why. Pod launches really aren't used for movement, because as you can see, they have a lot of wind up and they have a lot of like recovery frames. What we mostly use pod launch for is going to be clipping out of bounds, because it's really good at doing that because it has a lot of speed at once. So even though it doesn't go all that far, it goes far quickly. Our last two movement things are going to be a lift, what we call a lift, and what we call a plunge. So lift is going to be when you press jump and heavy, you'll get this like climbing animation, basically. It gives you a ton of vertical height, but you can only do it on the ground. If you try to do it in the air, you'll just get an aerial heavy. We also have what we call the delayed lifts, which is basically going to be the game's going to give you like a little bit of grace, I guess. And pretty much before 2B reaches the height of her jump, if you want to do a lift, it will give it to you. So like a normal lift looks like that, where you just do it where your feet are, you know, barely off the ground, if at all, but you can delay it, and you can like get your jump height and then get your lift height. This is going to be useful later in prologue for like the big skip of prologue, but it's used in a lot of other places as well, just because there's kind of no reason not to do a delayed lift instead of just a normal lift. I'm not sure if it's probably like 0.005 seconds slower or something like that, but the height you get is way worth it. Okay, lastly, we're going to do the last things you have is you have a plunge, which is instead of, you know, like pressing jump heavy and on the ground, you're going to press evade heavy in air. Yep. Just like a lift, you can also do a delayed plunge, where instead of just immediately pushing it, you can push it, and as long as you're still in the dash, like the aerial dash animation, you can put a heavy and it will plunge for you. That's basically all the movement in prologue. So for combat, you have pod fire, which is good to do just because it's, you know, a ranged attack and it's free damage. You have like a light attack, which we never do. Like if you look, this is doing like 2 or 3 ticks of 250 damage, and it's really slow and you can't do a lot out of it. You have like a normal heavy attack, which we throw the sword and then it does, what was that, 1 tick for like 300? It's doing 1 tick for 400 damage, and then it's doing a bunch of ticks for 85 damage. So what we do, the primary way we do damage in this game is through what's called a damage glitch. So a damage glitch is going to be, it's going to look the same as a heavy, but it's basically when you push dash and then do a heavy attack. So what this is going to do, this is going to make it so that instead of only the first tick of your attack dealing 400 and then dealing 80, every tick is going to be dealing 400 throughout the duration. So the timing for this really isn't tight. Like you can blink it so that you immediately throw it, or you can, you know, use basically the full evade and then throw it, and it will still count. The only big thing to watch out for is not throwing it too late. If you try to throw a damage glitch too late, after 2B is, you know, not in this dash animation, but she's in the running animation, you'll get a dash swing instead. As you can see, that's only doing like, it's a completely different attack that's doing a couple ticks of like 100 damage. So the main way for us to do combat, or the main way for us to do damage is going to be a damage glitch, which is evade and then heavy with a short sword in your heavy slot. So if I was going to be doing, like if this was one of the enemies in Silo 1, I'd be Podfire, throw a damage glitch, and he'd die in like no time at all. Alright, so for prologue there is one other medium biped. I guess this is not the one I want. Not Goliath. I don't think it's a small biped either. Quadruped, no. The shield dudes that we kill. I thought it was a medium biped. Medium biped with a shield. It's a small stubby. In Silo 3, the one enemy we taunt, so I can explain taunting. It doesn't matter. I'll just spawn in one of these guys, I guess. Okay, whatever. It's gonna be, there's gonna be an enemy that looks not like this. I'll spawn in the correct one. Medium biped. Yeah, it's gonna be one of these. It's gonna be a guy that looks like this, but has a shield on it, so you can't hit him with plot fire. So these guys are tankier. Can't really see it because I have no damage on, but these guys are way tankier than your little small stubbies. So the last big increase for damage in prologue is going to be taunting. So taunting is basically just flashing your flashlight at these guys, and it's going to turn them red like this. So this is going to both increase the damage that they take and the damage they give. So Podfire for 22 versus Podfire for 33. Or the big thing is, you know, you take your heavy attack, which was doing 80, it's now doing 380, and then now it's doing 580 per tick. And that's kind of the last way that we really increase our damage in prologue. That being said, obviously, like, this might be a lot of inputs. It might seem really daunting, but we really only do it to kill 2 of these guys in the last silo in prologue. For everyone else, you should be able to just kill by Podfire and 1 damage glitch, and they should die. So as far as prologue's concerned, that's kind of the basics for combat and for movement. So I'll go ahead and start up with this opening shmup. Oh, this is gonna give me bad options. All right. So one of the weird things about NieR is it will, whenever you continue a game, it will load your options for that save, basically. So whenever we start a new game, we'll usually load into a save first. That way, we don't have to rebind our controllers and do all of our settings. Speaking of settings, we want to play on English because it's fastest. For a game, we play on normal. We also play with passive or long-ranged NPC. This is because we don't want them getting like up in the enemy's grill, because we don't want the enemy to be aggroed to them, and we don't want our partners to cause enemies to stagger, because that can really mess up what we have planned. So what usually ends up happening is you'll start with passive, and then in the middle of the run, you'll switch them to long-ranged. Minimap rotation, vibrations, personal preference. Inactive play basically just means that the game will run if you alt-tab. Camera, I keep everything on normal except for vertical auto-adjust and horizontal auto-adjust. So, I'm trying to remember exactly what this does. I think it like tries to move the camera if you move left or right. It's really obnoxious for me, so I keep it off, but I keep everything else at default. Screen, as long as your graphics card's fine, doesn't matter. I play at higher graphics settings than you should. Sound doesn't super matter. I just say don't have it blaring. And then once again, your controls. These are what I like. Just camera whenever you do move up or down. Yeah, so if you move up or down, or if you move left or right, it's going to change the camera too, which I think is really obnoxious and I don't like, so I turn it off. Once again, my control scheme, I like it. And then start the game. So the first minute and a half of this, you're not going to be able to do anything. This is all just a big cutscene. So nothing's going to happen.
In a never-ending spiral of life and
but
death.
As soon as I get control of 2B, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change my weapon set to weapon set 2.
I often think about the
so I want that short sword in my heavy attack slot. And then I'm going to go down and select or hover over my large recovery. I'll explain why later, but during this opening shmup, we want to be taking damage throughout, so that when we get in Silo 1, we only have small recoveries left. It makes menuing easier later on, is the best way to put it for right now. So, for shmup, we mostly really only use pod fire and heavy attack, and yeah.
12H down. All units
activate
manual mode and rely on visuals to evade.
Already engaged. Free movement unlocked.
Get control, weapon set 2, select my large recovery, tank this laser. Alright, so the first wave that's going to spawn in of flyers is going to be four flyers coming in horizontally like this, 4 across. So what we're going to do is, as soon as we get control again, we're going to nudge this guy a little bit to the left. That makes it so that he'll shoot the enemy that spawns in on the far left. He'll shoot the enemy that spawns, they're female androids. She will shoot the one that's on the far left. She will shoot the one that's on the far right. And then we will be in the middle and do a heavy attack to kill 2 of them. And if it's done right, it'll look like all 4 of them basically blow up at once.
11B, down. Our HO229 cancelers are ineffective.
Alert. Enemy unit sighted ahead.
Alright, so it's going to give me control. Nudge her
Requesting
to the
permission
left.
to engage.
Permission granted.
Come back. Do a heavy. She was a little bit, the one on the left was a little bit slow, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we're going to tank this laser hit, use a medium recovery, and then we're going to hug the left part of the screen right here. So there's going to be 4 that spawn in here, 4 that spawn in here, and then a bunch that spawn in the middle. I'm going to hold podfire here, kill the first 3 that come in, evade over, kill these 4. I'm going to do 2 evades and drag it, and then I'm going to do 2 evades. There'll be a last one that spawns in right here, and then I'm going to move a little bit to the left. You're just trying to kill them all while they're off screen, more or less, which is basically what you're going to do for most of the shmup. But move to the left, hold left, kill 3.
7E down.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. And just like that, we killed all of them while they were off screen, more or less. Okay, so this is an obnoxious wave. What you're going to have to do is, depending on where your ally is that doesn't get blown up, you're going to either want to try to push them off screen to the left if they're on your left, or off screen to the right if they're on your right. So I tank this laser, use a medium recovery. I'm going to push her off to the left until she's off screen and keep holding her there. The game's going to put me in a cutscene and take away my control. And once I have control again, I'm going to do 2 evades left to push her off screen, hold her there for like half a second, and then I'm going to evade right, blow up 3 enemies that spawn, go down, blow up 2 enemies that spawn, and move up left and kill the last 2 enemies. So push her off screen.
Assuming captain's duties.
One, 2, a bit. Kill them. Alright. That's that wave. That's an obnoxious wave just because you have to rely on your ally. So now for this wave, we're going to go from basically plane mode into what I like to call helicopter mode. And there's going to be a ring of enemies that spawn around us. You want to get the next wave to spawn, you have to kill all but one of these. So what I do, I like to hold down left with down left on movement, and then hold up, or other way around. I like to hold down right for movement and then hold down left to aim, because I'll try to, like, if we're in this perspective, I want to hit this one with my light attack and then kind of be pod firing up in a semicircle to kill all the rest of them. Just what I do. If you can figure out your own way to kill all of them as quickly as possible, go for it.
Permission to assume mobile configuration.
Permission granted.
So that was a little bit slow because I missed those 2, but it's fine. Just kill them, do what you can. For this next wave, they're just going to be, I don't know how many it is, there's going to be some spawning that are going to make like this going to come around like this. So we're going to be trying to pod fire and kill them before they get on screen. And then the same thing down here. There's going to be some spawning off the screen that are going to be coming up like this. So we're going to spam light attacks while holding down to try and kill these ones off screen. And then we're going to be holding pod fire up here to try and kill these while they're off screen. Alright. If you miss one like that, it doesn't really matter because you still have to wait for those to spawn in. It's just you just want to make sure that you kill all of them, yeah, as fast as possible. Okay, for this next wave, I don't know how many it spawns right here, but I'm going to shoot 2 with my pod program. I'm going to shoot 2 with pod fire, and then there's 5 or 6 that are going to spawn on the left. So these enemies on the right don't actually matter for progressing the next wave, only the enemies on the left do. So I'm gonna move over here and pod fire straight up so I can kill them off screen as fast as possible. Yep, and then as soon as you kill that last one, it's gonna spawn in 3 laser ones, coming from up here and coming from down here. So you can either spam or try to time light attacks so that you kill them while they're not really off screen, but just barely on screen. And then you can just pod fire these off screen. So just hold up left in light attacks and then shoot bottom right.
Captain,
That was good enough. And then that's the first half of the shmup down. Here we get locked into another little
2B to operator
cutscene.
6-0. All allied units down. The operation is compromised.
And
Awaiting further
you should have two
Operator
medium
2B,
recoveries left.
We need you to rendezvous with Unit 9S and begin gathering
As you're moving
data
on to
the
your way to the
local
next enemies,
Understood.
just run into stuff so that you use up these 2 last medium recoveries. Alright, so I use those up and I make sure that I have weapon set 2 on. Alright, so this wave is really dumb because your lineup is going to be hardware dependent. So for me, I kind of am going to follow along this line because the next wave is going to spawn 2 enemies from here and 2 enemies from here. And what I'm going to try to do is I want to be in the middle of them, and I want to do a light attack to kill them right before they stop. Yep, so just like that. And then the next wave that's going to spawn in is going to be 3 from the top and then 3 from the bottom. So I'm going to wait half a second. I'm going to evade up, do a heavy, then do a light, and then evade down and do a heavy. Alright, next wave that spawns is going to be 3 from here, 3 coming in like this. So we're going to evade and hold up left and do a heavy. So the pod fire should kill the one that comes around like this, and then the heavy should kill these 2. That's going to cause the next wave, which is going to be 3 from the bottom, and then that's going to cause the next wave, which is 3 from the top. But we're going to stay on the left side of the screen and just kill them with pod fire. So I'm going to hold back left and do an evade and a heavy and kill 3. Hold down, kill 3 with pod fire, hold 3, kill 3 with pod fire, and then immediately do a heavy to kill 4. Yep. And then it's going to be spawning 4 or 5 right here, alternating bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, top. I'm going to let this first one go by and try to heavy this one when it's off screen. Then I'm going to evade down, heavy, 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 and try to kill all of them while they're off screen. If you miss these, it's not a big deal. Just kill them with pod fire, like I'm going to do with the first one. Yep, just like that. So the next wave that's going to spawn in is this is going to be some weird perspective stuff happening, but basically it's going to spawn like 2 on the top, 4 on the bottom, and then 3 up top. So we're just going to be, you know, holding up to move, and then holding to the side to shoot and kill them with the light as soon as they spawn. Then it's going to bring us this way, and we're going to hold right. I think you hold right and aim up to kill the next 3 that spawn in. Yep, and then you have you have like another weird circle wave. There's a lot of different ways people like to kill this wave, but what I like to do is the one at the top is going to spawn up here. I want to be right to the side, and then I'll be pod firing this way, and I'm going to do a light attack and, you know, try to make another semicircle swoop around. So I got hit, so that was slow, but if you get hit, you just recover. So the last enemy that's going to spawn in the shmup is going to be a spinny boy. So it's going to be, oh wait, you can see what it looks like. So it's going to be one of these enemies. A big secret for these is you just want to be trying to hit the center pod as much as you can. So they have basically the option of dealing 3 attacks, I think. They can either spin, which is slow, because you won't really be able to hit the center. You'll hit these little outside limbs instead. Then they have like a laser attack, which is slow and you can hit them with, and then like a normal range attack, which is fine. You just want to be up in there and light attacking the center. Yeah, so I got a good attack. So just hit him until he dies, and then shmup is over.
Alert. Alert. Large
All right.
group detected.
Yes,
So-
I'm aware of that.
Ground combat. For Silo 1, what I like to do for this first batch is I'm going to evade. I'm going to dash to the side, and then I'm going to throw a DG. And I kind of want to be throwing my DGs always to the right, because these enemies have a really big tendency to try and backdash and give themselves iframes so they can't be damaged out of your damage glitches. It's obnoxious, so the best thing you can kind of do is try to make it so that if they do backdash, they'll backdash into these enemies that you'll be having to go a little bit farther to kill anyway. So yep, so that was fine. Just trying to kill him. The next wave is going to be, so we call those enemies stubbies. They're pretty obnoxious. For this next wave, what we're going to have is stubbies with guns. Stubbies with guns are nice because they don't really try to, at least here, they don't try to attack you and they don't move. So all you're really going to be doing is just picking a side, either left side or right side, throwing a DG, killing one, and then continuing around and just killing them until they're dead. And I canceled a DG right there. Yeah, pod fire them for extra damage because you can. There's no reason really not to hold down pod fire. Just throw DGs at them, kill them. So for this last one, this one's going to be a medium biped that's going to drop in from the ceiling. We're going to be throwing a DG and taunting while holding pod fire. So taunt being spamming your flashlights. The way I like to line this up, there's, well, you can kind of see it right here. These metal panels kind of have like an area between them, and there's one that's like right here, basically. So what I do is I stand on that, I wait till the enemy drops down, and I can lock onto them, and then I'll throw my DG and mash taunt. You can kill him in midair, and if he falls on your DG and he's in midair, he won't be able to move, so you'll just blow him up. So I didn't lock on, so my DG was a little bit off. but that's basically it. You throw your DG, hold pod fire, and taunt. Yay. So this is our first quote boss in Marks 1. So for Marks 1 is the reason that we use up all of our recoveries. So this is the shortcut menu, which is where you will be buffing, basically. If we hadn't, if we weren't at full health, we'd be able to accidentally use recoveries here, which isn't that big of a deal. But if we had the medium and large recoveries, we'd have to, you know, go past the medium, go past the large, then select the melee buff. And because we use them all up, now we can just go down and buff. But you don't do that as soon as you see marks. Instead, what you're going to do, you're just going to pod fire them, wait until you can lock on, and then as soon as you lock on is when you're going to buff. So Marks has 4 attacks. He has 2 attacks he's going to do that are vertical attacks, and those are slower. And then he has 2 horizontal attacks he can do, which are faster. So this one looks like it's going to be a horizontal attack. All you're going to do is wait until you feel like you can damage Marks, and then throw 2 DGs.
You don't say.
So I got hit, which isn't that big of a deal. I was going to explain teching. Alright, so yeah. Throw 2 DGs at Marks. Basically, the way that Marks works is after you deal, I'll say like a fourth of his health, you'll get this dialogue with the pod where it'll be like, oh, we're going to give you access to pod programs now. And that's kind of where like a timer is started to where the cutscene will and will start after you actually kill Marks. If you get hit like I did, if you know what teching is in like Melee or a Smash game, basically as soon as you hit the ground, if you press dash, you'll do like a quick get up. It doesn't really matter, but like if you get your first DG off onto Marks correctly, it's not going to really matter, but it just lets you do damage faster. So I got 2 DGs off. Marks will do 1 more attack. And then you see he doesn't have health, but I'm still having dialogue go. That's just because that timer. Okay, so you throw 2 DGs and then 1 DG or 3 DGs to kill Marks. Marks blows up. Skip the cutscene and then mash. And then we're gonna do our first skip of the game. So we're gonna do what's called crank skip. If you've played this game casually, you know that normally you move forward. It's like, here's how you lock on. You shoot this crane, it drops this, you run all the way around, and then you get up into Silo 2. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do some aerial movement. So I guess I should... if you want to do real optimal movement after you mash out of this cutscene, you can do a dash swing. Oh, you can do a dash swing. Interesting. There we go. You do a dash swing off this rock, and then a plunge. But this really doesn't matter. Like, just dash chain. So as soon as 2B takes her first step, after her first step into a run, after a dash again. Alright, so crane skip. So it's important that we don't shoot this. And instead, what we're going to do is we're going to get up on top of it. So we're going to do this by doing some actual aerial movement combos. So I'm going to do it real quick. And then I'm going to explain how this kind of works. So we're going to do a dash, a heavy, and a lift. The reason we can do a lift is because the game's kind of confused, I guess. If you do a dash off of terrain, I can explain this better up here actually. So if I'm gonna do a dash off of this, I can actually do 2 plunges when I should really only be able to do 1 because it's something you can do in the air. The reason is that the game's confused, basically. I'll just put it that way whenever you dash off of terrain. So it's going to let us do a lift. It's going to let us do a lift even though we're in the air. So just dash, heavy, lift, and then dash, heavy, lift, heavy, jump, dash, just to make sure you get enough height. And then that will get you onto there. Yeah, sure. It's good enough. I guess I should say like the full like height you can get. That's kind of like the full combo you can do right now to get the most height. Right. So that's kind of like that's the peak of how much height you can get right now. Even if you do what I did right there and you mess up and you don't get the lift, you should be just fine just doing it with heavies. Like you get plenty of height to get onto the crane, to get onto the screen here. That's fine. Next, we're going to be getting up on here. Kind of doing the same thing, but you're spacing it out a little bit more. So heavy, lift, heavy, jump, heavy, dash. The full way of kind of doing this faster. You do a backdash off of it instead of, you know, turning around and dashing towards it. But whatever lets you get it, basically, to start. So this gets us up onto this crane. As you can see, like this is normally the path you'd take, is going all the way up here. But instead we do this movement with to get up onto this crane, and we skip all of that. So this saves, let me find my spreadsheet. So this saves about 30 seconds. So this is definitely worth doing. So I'm just gonna do some dash chains up into Silo 2.
I was going to send you the map data I collected earlier.
Do it.
All right. So for Silo 2, once you get past these little tiles, I don't know what to call them. Once you get past these little tiles, the room will spawn its enemies. So what you're going to try to do is you're going to try to hit the trigger. So I guess I should say, I count this out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, throw a DG.
Exit. Good for
and then I'll try to hit this guy. I'll try to throw my DG where this guy is going to spawn. If you don't hit him, it doesn't matter. But you're just gonna go. You're just gonna slowly go around the room and throw a DG at each little stubby that has spawned in. If you want to, this is also where you can start incorporating a little bit of slow-mo. I think I really only use it for this specific silo and prologue. Slow-mo is basically, if you do a pod program, right? If you want to shoot your laser, you can hold it for a little bit and it will like charge up the laser. So an unintended side effect of this is that it will actually slow down the world around 2B, but won't slow 2B down. So we can throw a DG, hold a pod program, and it will make it so that our enemy isn't able to dash away. The important thing with this is that you don't let go of it, because that'll shoot the laser off, and then you won't be able to slow-mo. Instead, what you'll do is you'll slow-mo, you'll pod fire to cancel it, and then you can slow-mo again. So
open it.
Negative. Nearby enemies are jamming our signal.
Nothing's ever easy.
So that's basically how I do that first wave. I throw my DG and I slow-mo to make sure they can't jump away from it. They blow up, and then you throw another DG. So for this next wave, you're actually going to use your laser, which is fun. It's going to spawn a circle of flyers at the top of the room. What you're basically going to try to do is you want to shoot, you want to hit as many as you can with your laser, because your laser will one-shot them, and they like to run away from you and are really obnoxious. So what I like to do is I like to stand around here at the beginning. I'll lock on to the one that's closest to me above this doorway. I'll taunt him and podfire him until he dies, and then I'll start moving to the other side of the room. Then as soon as I see that I can hit 3+ enemies with the laser, I'll do that and use dash swings to kill the remainder. Sometimes it happens to me, and I throw DGs instead of getting dash swings. It doesn't matter. It is kind of important to taunt those guys as well, just because you have to kill them with pod fire, and that's slow. So for this last wave, it's going to spawn 3 on each side of the room. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I like to try and kill the ones closest to this door first, because this is the door that will be opening and will leave out of. So I'll kill them around the room in a circle, so that as soon as I kill the last one, I can exit. But if you're positioned way closer to these guys because of how the flyers acted, that's fine. So kill them, and then this door opens, and now we have what's going to be the hardest
man,
trick in prologue.
I'm glad you're here.
Why?
Scanners like me
So
mostly
before I
work
explain
alone.
it, I'm
Scouting
going to
out
get some
enemy
water,
lines and all
because
that.
my throat
I don't
hurts
usually get a
already.
partner. It's kind of fun.
Emotions.
So I will be right back. I love water. Okay, so this is bridge skip. Bridge skip is probably the hardest trick in the whole run for beginners, I'd say. And it's really early on, which sucks, but it saves like 40 seconds,
Prohibited.
so it's
Sorry,
pretty
man.
And another
important.
thing, stop calling me ma'am.
Huh?
It's unnecessary.
So I'm gonna do
Alright
it,
then.
and then I'll explain it.
To be it is.
So that's bridge skip. You are doing like a really specific set of movements in order to get the most height in order to be able to get on top of here and then traverse the gap. So this is what I was saying, like delayed lifts are important, is because if I do this with just like a normal lift, I don't have enough height to get up here. But if I do it where I can get extra height off of a delayed lift, it gives me just enough height to be able to make it up on top. Kind of the cue for this, or I guess a good way of looking at it is kind of this perspective. And if your delayed lift makes it so that 2B's head is like at or above these handrails, like the handrail right here, that should give you enough height to be able to continue on with the rest of it. Like if you're doing it like that, if you're trying to practice this and you're just doing the lift and you're seeing you only make it like this high, it's not even worth trying to do the other inputs to get all the way up there. Getting a good delayed lift is like the most important part of this trick. And if you do what I just did right there, where you get this attack, this means that you're trying to lift too late, and instead you're just getting an aerial heavy. Versus if you do it too early, you'll just be flat on the ground, or just right where you're near the peak of your jump. Yeah, you're basically near the peak of 2B's jump. So the inputs you're going to do is going to be delayed lift, light, heavy, jump, light, heavy. And I'll explain the ways this can kind of go wrong. And then a plunge, yeah. So delayed lift, light, heavy, jump, light, heavy, plunge. So the ways this can go wrong, number one, not getting enough height off of your delayed lift. Two is doing all your inputs too fast. This will also make it so you don't get enough height if you don't let, like, even with like this aerial heavy, you can cancel you can cancel an aerial heavy into a jump, which is what we're doing. And if you do this too quickly, you won't be getting the full vertical height of doing this heavy attack. So it's really important to like let everything rock, but not for too long, because you obviously don't want to plunge to the floor. Kind of like the super consistent way, I guess, would be oh my goodness. Like, once you kind of see 2B throw her sword down is when I'd say it's safe to cancel out of the animation with the jump. Okay, yeah. Lastly, the last troubleshooting step is, if you aren't getting this, is going to be if you get a pod spin. So if you get a pod spin after doing after doing your jump, that means that you're waiting too long after your jump to try and do a light. So you're trying to get this attack, not this. If you're getting this, it means you're trying to do your light too late. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Anything else related to bridge skip that's worth mentioning? Well, I guess there's that. Once you get on top of the bridge, if you don't make it to the other side and you void out like this, it'll put you back before Silo 2, which is a little bit obnoxious. Yep, so see, even I didn't get enough height. Fall down, it'll put you before Silo 2. Yep. Alright, so once you get on top of the bridge, you really just are going to want to make it to the other side. So the super fast way of doing things, you can actually buffer inputs in this game. So if I do a plunge, you see how I'm stuck on the ground, and I have like some recovery frames before I can do anything. So if you buffer a dash, you actually won't get stuck in those frames, and you can immediately do stuff. So the real fast way of doing bridge skip is you can buffer a dash and dash off. I'd say for starting off, I'd probably just get on top and then do like 2 pod spins and a dash to make it over. So I'll go ahead and show what that looks like, and then I'll show the fast way. So just kind of doing that is kind of what I'd say I'd recommend, just because it's super consistent. Even if you want to do that, like, I think I only did 1 jump there and then did 1 pod spin before a dash, like, that's fine. Just get across the bridge and don't fall down. If you want to be speedy, oh, that's the problem with being speedy, though. That's why you shouldn't do it. But you can buffer a dash and change your weapon set, and that's probably, yeah, that is the only time in the run where you're going to see like a heavy attack with a long sword, because it gives you that animation, which gives you like a decent amount of horizontal distance. Huh. Alright, we're continuing now. That is bridge skip. It takes a lot to get down. It takes a lot to get down. It's probably the hardest trick in the run for beginner runners. And sometimes the game hates you when that happens. Huh. I want my recoveries back.
You know, ma'am, I'm glad you're here.
Why?
Scanners like me mostly work alone. Scouting out enemy lines and all that, I don't usually get a partner. It's kind of fun.
Emotions are prohibited.
Sorry, ma'am.
And another thing, stop calling me ma'am.
Huh?
It's unnecessary.
All right, then. To be it
All right.
is.
That's pretty skip. So this next bit we're going to do is like a lava out of bounds. That's pretty simple. So right around this corner, you're going to see on my mini map is mostly what I'm going to be looking at. I'm just going to dash around this corner and then kind of be wedged in here, and you won't be able to see anything except your mini map. So on my mini map, I kind of like to hold like a 45-degree angle like this between, like a 45-degree angle basically, and then you'll do lift, heavy, jump, heavy, plunge, and this will get you out of bounds. So the two things with this is, one, if you are too far to the right, you'll void out, there will be like an invisible wall, or sorry, if you're too far to the left, there's going to be an invisible wall that won't let you move over, and if you fall into lava like I did, you'll obviously drown and have to clip out again. That's why I like to hold a 45-degree angle, because it should clip you out around there, to where that's not an issue. Yeah, like you see, I'm really close to this wall, which means I can just run forward, and I don't really need to worry about anything. So that's the easy part. This is going to be the harder part. This is where we're going to use a pod launch to clip, because there is an invisible wall right here. So there's two things that make this clip kind of difficult. This is the biggest one, is if you try to clip when you're too close to the invisible wall, or if you clip at the wrong angle, it's going to like push you here where there's another invisible wall, and now you have to basically, it's not that bad, you just have to pod launch and clip back into the out of bounds you want to be in. So I found this earlier. If you want, like, I would never do this in a run, but for like a super consistent way to see kind of where I'm aiming, I'm like standing about here, and then I'm trying to aim like here. And as you can see, this puts me still to the left of the invisible wall, so I can move forward if I want to. And that's kind of like the distance I like to be as well. So I like to count things. So the real way I do this is clip out 1, 2, 3, and a bit. Yep. So three dashes and a bit. Then you pod launch, and you're kind of aiming like I was showing before. Like, you're not really aiming here, and you're not aiming here. You're aiming more at this kind of edge, and that's what works for me. The last thing to say is, if you do a pod launch and then a dash, it helps you out a lot. Because kind of the two issues you'll have is if you don't do that and you just like pod launch here, it didn't happen this time, but if you clip over here, for example, now you're in another out of bounds you don't want to be in, and now you have to get up here and then continue forward, which isn't saving as much time as it could be. Yeah. So it's clip out, 3 and a bit dashes, pod launch evade.
What?
just accessing random, nonsensical data from the old world. There's no
And
actual
yep,
meaning behind anything
that's
machines do.
the clip. Just continue in a straight line. If you fall, yeah, like I said, if you go too far to the right, you will be in this, be like stuck in this invisible wall where you have to pod launch out of. And if you move too far to the right, there's no terrain and you will void out. Yep, that's all there is to that skip. It's not terribly hard. It's mostly just about the distance you're pod launching from and the angle of the pod launch. So I'm going to dash forward in a straight line. You can literally follow this line until you hit here. Let's see if it'll give me my camera. Nope. So you can see in the mini-map, and you can kind of see it, but there's a walkway underneath us that is where we're going to aim for. So if you want to do, you know, if you just want to like jump and pod glide and do some pod spins to get down there, that's fine. I like to dash off, do a jump, and then do a delayed plunge. So but as long as you make it from, you know, there to on this walkway, you will be fine, and that's all you can ask for. Okay. Sip of water. Next we have Silo 3. So Silo 3 is going to start off where it's going to drop a bunch of shielded stubbies in a line. Shields usually make it so that they can't be damaged with range attacks. So that's a laser or pod fire. This is kind of the exception where if you aim slightly like above the stubby's head but below the top of the shield with a laser, it's possible to kill all of them in one laser. So we go for that. It's not really consistent. If you don't get it, it's not that big of a deal. So I'm going to try. So my step count's off now. But after I plunge, I'll do 5 dashes to the corner of where I'm going to go.
Alert. Bulletproof apparatus detected on enemies. Close range combat.
Why do I not
advised.
have laser?
I know.
That's strange. I'm going to equip laser and do this again. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Laser is normally equipped. I don't know why it's not.
You know, ma'am, I'm glad you're here.
Why?
Man,
Scanners like me mostly work alone. Scouting out enemy lines and all that, I don't usually get a partner. It's kind of fun.
Emotions are prohibited.
Sorry, ma'am.
And another thing, stop calling me ma'am.
Huh?
It's unnecessary.
All right, then. 2B it is.
three, four,
Alert.
5.
Bulletproof apparatus detected on
Yep,
enemies.
so I
Close
didn't get it.
range combat is
Um,
advised.
that happens. You just want to do a dash swing to knock off the shields and then a DG to kill them. Next, the game's going to drop 2 medium bipeds, which I was talking about earlier with shields. So you want to do the same thing you do if you don't kill the stubbies with the laser, which is a dash swing to knock off the shields and then a DG. The exception with these guys is that because they're medium bipeds instead of stubbies, we also want to taunt them. Hello. Yeah, you want to do a dash swing to knock off the shields, taunt them while you're waiting for the shield to get knocked off, and then as soon as that happens, you're going to throw a DG and kill them one at a time. So, slow, but you get the idea. You want to try to hit both of them with the same dash swing. Yep. So the next game's going to spawn 5 enemies in a semicircle on this side of the room. What we're going to do is we're going to stand in a specific spot and try to laser so that we hit 4 of them. And then... yes, the people I am supposed to be teaching flaked, but I'm making a tutorial anyway because tutorials are good. You're going to stand in a specific spot, pod fire to make sure you get the right lineup, and then laser to kill 4. You're going to throw a DG and kill the 5th, and then the same thing's going to happen on the other side of the room. So there's going to be 5 in a semicircle. For these, your laser's on recharge, so you're going to try to kill 5 of them with 4 DGs, which I'll show in a second. Yep, so these are close enough so that one of the DGs you throw will be able to kill 2 of them instead of just 1 of them. Well, I'm explaining everything, so that's okay. Yeah. So for these, just throw 3 DGs and kill them, and then run to the other side of the room and laser, because your laser will be off cooldown by then. And there you go.
I surveyed the entire factory.
After that, you're just dashing.
Find anything
You're gonna just
resembling our
dash all the
target.
way
Maybe they,
to the top of
I
these
don't know,
stairs,
moved it somewhere?
and then you could just dash down these stairs, but what's going to be faster is if you dash to this platform and then you jump and plunge from the top of the staircase, because there's an invisible wall right here, but there's not right here. So you're trying to go from here to double jump and then plunge all the way down. Yep, keep going forward, and then you're gonna hit the trigger for Marks 2. So the trigger's, you can kind of see it, it doesn't really matter, but the trigger's like right here, so just run into it.
There should be another facility across that bridge. It's a bit of a hike, but should we check it out? It's not like Command to get a location wrong. I guess even they get bad intel from time to time, huh?
I wouldn't bet on that.
Alright, so we're gonna do easy strats for
High-power
Marks
jamming
2.
detected. No response from long-range communications.
We're gonna
Doesn't
shoot him,
matter. I'll just take him out.
and he's gonna move all the way over. You're gonna use another melee buff. We're gonna throw like 2 DGs. I guess 2 to 3 DGs and then laser. And then that will put him to this like half HP, which is his threshold. Now we start the really boring fight. So this is Ingalls. Ingalls can do a bunch of attacks, but none of them really matter for right now. As long as you consistently hold pod fire onto him, you will be able to kill him as fast as possible. when he does an attack like this, if you want to, you can throw some DGs. But once again, it doesn't really matter. Hot fire is enough to do what you need to. All right, here's kind of the one exception. After this first phase of Ingalls, there's going to be a cutscene, and then Ingalls is going to pick an attack. So all of the attacks that Ingalls do, we don't super care about, with the exception of this attack right here, which is punches. So if you get punches after the cutscene, you lose about 28 seconds. So the way you can kind of get around this, or you can reduce the chances of this happening, is if you see punches during this opening phase, if you slow-mo, he should transition into the next phase and not be able to pick that same attack. So like right here, I'm going to start spamming slow-mo. As you can see, slow-mo's really strong because Ingalls is moving real slow. Here you get the cutscene, and now we're going to see what attack we get.
What's your status?
So we got a range attack. If you get a range attack, that means you lose no time. If you get the clap attack, you lose like 5 seconds. But if you get punches, you lose like 28 seconds, so that sucks.
I'm going to destroy.
So we got a ranged, so that's good. Just keep holding pod fire.
Alert. Incoming enemy attack from below.
You can,
Evade.
oh, whoops. You can kind of see where there's going to be an invisible wall that locks you in during each of these like ground phases. So you can kind of see the invisible wall if you're looking for it, and if you just stand before the invisible wall, when Ingalls does his next attack, which is going to be like an overhead punch, he won't be able to hit you. And then you're just going to do the same thing for the next one. And now he's going to shoot a missile attack. There's going to be an unskippable cutscene, and then there's going to be a skippable cutscene.
Hacking in.
So here's unskippable number 1, and then you can skip this. All right, after this, we're going to get to our next little skip in the run. This saves like 15 seconds. It's really not that hard, so it's fine. And it's going to introduce a new mechanic. So this is going to introduce what we call a double lift. So you saw you can do a lift or a delayed lift. If you do, I guess the best way to describe this is if you see the way the lift works, she kind of moves in like a square root function shape. And there are certain surfaces you can do this on, where you'll do a lift, and basically her shins will touch the ground during the lift, so the game will think that she's still on the ground and will allow you to do another lift. So that's what we do right here. If you just stand like a little bit up these stairs, you can do a lift, a heavy, and then another lift, just like that, and that'll give you enough height to get up here, which saves you the time of having to run all the way around here.
Send a support request to command.
So yep,
Communications have been jammed.
I'm afraid of auto lock on. Okay, I'm too far up the stairs, that's what it is. Yep, I try to do it from like that second rung, I guess. And then you're going to move up here up to ninjas. I'll explain how to do this optimally, but it's really hard. Basically, there's going to be 4 that drop. There's going to be 2 here, and there's going to be 2 here. I'm going to try and kill these 2 with 1 DG, throw a DG, and then there's going to be 2 that drop from the ceiling, and you're going to want to laser them onto the DG. It's hard, but, you know, just try to kill. Yeah, I got messed up. So at that point, just kill them as fast as you can. 2 cutscenes. And then spam podfire. If you want to spam heavy attacks as well, you can. Doesn't really matter. Evade his attacks and just chill out.
It talks? I didn't know the machines had that kind of intelligence.
I found a weakness in the target. Hacking in to provide support.
So whenever he does this attack, we're moving the opposite way that he's moving. We're just trying to stay behind him.
The control on the enemy's upper arm. Use your pod. Should be able to take it over.
I told you to shut up!
So if you're lucky, he'll do an attack that will end as soon as 2B finishes saying shut up. And that's when, after that line of dialogue happens, the next attack he does is going to be the one that pushes you back here, like this. Just don't move, and you won't get hit.
Seize its control system.
And then you're going to
enemy
use
subunit.
the last
Behavior
buff.
table adjusted. Balance controls
As soon as I see her pick up the arm, that's when I will
enemy unit
buff.
subjugation
And then you
complete.
just heavy attack, wait till it hits, and do another heavy attack. And congratulations, you made it out of the prologue. Alright, so here our movement gets different now. The game takes away Virtuous Treaty from us, our large sword. So now we have bare fists. We have bare fists equipped. So I was saying how... Ooh, that's obnoxious. How dash chaining is fast. Well, technically, there's what's called dash punching, which is faster than just regularly dash chaining. So it's basically the same thing. We're going to listen for 2B to take her first step after the dash, and then you're going to chain it. But we're going to do this and put a punch in between. Yeah, so weapon set 2. And you can still kind of hear the same. Like single footstep, single footstep, punch, evade, single footstep. And that's how that be. That is faster than dash. That's faster than chain dashing. So it's what we're going to do for now. run to that hallway, match the dialogue, make sure you say no to connecting to the network, which is the first prompt. If you say yes, your run's invalid. But if you just mash A, you'll be fine. So no to connecting to the network, no to saving. Loading screen, mash pause out of this. Just give a cutscene.
50.
And then after this, you're going to have the reboot sequence, which is more mashing. So mash, do you want to turn up your brightness? You're like, yes. And then you just hold over, and it will it'll put your brightness to where it was before. Like, yes, this looks good. Now it'll do it with volume, but with volume you actually have to
Okay.
kind of put it where you want it.
I could set it.
Yeah, you have to put the volume or actually where you want to. You can't just hold and have it go to where it was before. And then SD, you have to say yes to having SD on, which is busted and going to be very fun.
Morning.
After that, mash. Just mash until you hear. I like to mash until the second to last dialogue.
Oh. Though.
Nice.
Huh?
Like here's where I'll move. Then the last line will be.
Oh, I almost forgot.
I almost forgot. The commander wants to go see us. So here you'll switch to weapon set 2 because you can't dash punch if you have a sword equipped. You're gonna want to do a dash into 9S to move him, a dash out to this corner, and then two full dashes out the door to be standing about here. So this is what's called a partner dialogue cancel. There is a trigger right here that if we walk into, we'll get this like unskippable dialogue cutscene thing. It's like, hey, do you want to save? Or like, here's how you save. You should save. Instead, if you make sure that you're talking to, I guess, a party member, and then you walk into that trigger, it'll skip that. It'll completely get rid of whatever trigger you're running into, and it will close out of the partner dialogue for you. So yeah. So this only saves like 3 seconds, but like that seems pretty easy to do. Yeah. So talk to commander, which means mash dialogue until she says understood for the second time. And then just do some generic,
That means
like,
we'll be getting flight units, huh? Better head for the hangar.
just do some
Can't
generic
get near flight
movement
units. They're
to
way
go
too
fast on the
expensive
ground
for
and go
us to
fast to
run.
get in the
Too bad
air.
they can't mass
You're just running to the
produce these
hangar,
things
and then you're going to make sure you're going to just dash. Just dash, 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 dash. And not do that. Cutscene. This cutscene's weird. So if you see, I'm not able to pause this cutscene until right here. If as soon as you see it start to fade in, you hold B to skip the cutscene, that's actually faster than spamming pause and waiting for it to happen. Okay. Second shmup. There's going to be 3 enemies on each side spawning and moving towards the center. So we're going to use a pod program in the flight unit for the first time, and I like basically count to 3 after the last little bit of dialogue.
Intel, we scanner models are built for that kind of thing.
Orders are orders.
3,
All right,
2,
all right.
1. And that will kill all 6 of them. It's going to spawn like 6 over here and 6 over here. I just do a heavy into these, and then do a heavy into these guys. Just kill them fast.
2B, you're going to have some new weaponry.
for this next wave, there's going to be, it's going to spawn in like 4 here, then 4 here. She's going to say orders are orders, and then I do 2 heavies, and that timed right will kill all these guys instantly, and then just move over and kill these dudes.
Installed from here on out. I'll put up instructions for you. Make sure to commit them to memory.
Roger.
Or she says Roger. Yep, do 2 heavies, and then just move over and kill these guys. So the fast strat with this wave, this is going to be like another big circle wave. The fast strat with this is to try and do a heavy attack up into the corner, but really just pod fire and kill them. Then it's going to spawn 5 coming in up here and 5 coming in up here. So we're going to be in this corner doing light attacks to kill them as they spawn in, and then killing these with pod fire. Then it's going to be the same thing, but 5 from right here and 5 from right here. For this one, I kill 4 of them with light attacks, and for the 5th one, I killed pod fire. And then as soon as I kill them, I mash pod program, because there's going to be another spinny boy that spawns right here and a spinny boy that spawns right here. If you do it right, you'll instantly blow this guy up as soon as he spawns. This spinny boy, as soon as he spawns, you'll blow him up instantly. Then you just move and you'll pod fire into the one on the right and light attack him to death and hope he doesn't spin. Yep, so didn't spin. Just hit him until they die. And that's the second shmup.
Bunker
Yay!
I've set a landing point for your flight units. You'll be touching down quite a ways from the resistance camp, unfortunately. Sorry for the trouble, but we can't risk the enemy discovering their position.
Understood.
Good luck down there.
Alright, so there's a small cutscene skip right here. I will show you what the lineup is when I pause. So the lineup is basically, as soon as you see this tail touch this engine, you can pause now and skip. I don't even know if this saves time, but it gives me a consistent camera. So I always do this. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna dash here, do delayed lifts. Is it a delayed lift jump dash? Yeah, so a delayed lift jump dash to get up on here. And you're gonna do, you can do like, I do 2 dash punches. I guess to be safe, you could do like a dash punch and a dash swing, but there's a trigger basically right at this corner where this building meets here. There's a trigger. I guess I'll go ahead and show you what happens if you aren't airborne or in the middle of like an attack animation. When you go into a trigger, you're gonna get a slow walk. So there you see she like staggers forward, takes a couple steps, and then the cutscene starts. So that's slow. For the next one we hit, I'll show you what happens when that doesn't happen. When you actually
Proceed to target location.
are in the middle of an animation when you go into a trigger. So here we're going to go to res camp. So I guess they're not loaded in, so it's kind of hard to see. When you get control, you're going to be angled kind of like this. I just try to hold... I guess I'm trying to aim here. Well, that's not true. I'm trying to aim here-ish when I plunge down. There's going to be 2 cars that spawn in once we get closer, and the optimal angle is to be angling in the middle of those 2 cars. But basically, we're trying to go right here. So you want to be drawing as straight of a line between you and...
Hey, 2B!
Between you and the point you're going to. You want to be as straight as possible. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna just do dash punches to get over this hill.
According to our intel, none of the machines in this area are hostile. We've been seeing
double
more
jump
and more
dash,
enemies like this lately.
double
They
jump
just stand
plunge,
there and stare into space. It's pretty
and we're
weird.
going to the res camp. Alright, so this trigger is kind of weird. The res camp trigger is actually kind of a crescent shape. So you'd think it'd be like a straight line, but actually the trigger is kind of like from here and then curves around to here, basically. So depending on how I feel like my movement's been up to this point, I'll either try to dash punch into the trigger or dash swing into it. Dash swinging's easier, so I'll show you what happens whenever you dash swing into a trigger. You see how the trigger, how like the cutscene just instantly plays? You don't get like the really slow walking animation of going up into the cutscene. Yeah, that's what you want.
So this is the resistance camp, huh? We should probably go talk to their leader first thing.
So, talk to Anemone. The order doesn't really matter, but you have to talk to the supply trader and the weapons trader. And just say yes to the quests.
Target location data obtained. Marking on map.
And now we're going to do desert quests. Alright. Straight lines. First spot we're going is right in between these two buildings where you can see light. So, you know, dash punch, dash chain. If you don't, if you feel like your dash punching is slow, just dash chain.
Most of it now.
Delayed
Operator
lift
6
jump.
to 2B. It's time for your regularly scheduled contact.
This is 2B.
So
Nothing to report.
This is,
Here.
you
How's
can
the
always do
weather
the
on
same
Earth
movement
today?
with this basically.
Good?
It's
So,
Does that question have anything to do with our operation?
Not really. I just figured it might feel nice to have
That's-
some good weather.
that's
Feeling
what
nice
I
has no bearing on
always
completing missions.
do basically is
That is so like you to be. Anyway, talk to you later.
play lift, jump, dash. So get on here. I do one dash punch, and then another dash, double jump, and plunge over the barrier. If you aren't getting enough height, I guess you can like, you know, just not do that. You can probably do something like that, where you do a lift and then do 2 pod spins, but you should just be able to double jump and then delayed plunge over here.
This is the place that weapons.
These drops are
trader
always
was talking
fixed.
about. Uh-oh.
So 1,
I'm
2,
picking up hostile machine
3,
life forms.
4. So we're just gonna grab these drops and not miss buttons. And then we're gonna get on top of this
That
tree
should be
root.
enough. Let's get these back to the trader.
This is just
Plant life has claimed most of the central area. Big plants too.
fast. It's the fastest way to get over to the next quest.
Wonder if there are any huge boars and such too.
We'll get up on top of here so you can see that again. But dash up the route, get onto the other route, and then from the corner of this building, it's a dash off, a double jump, a pod spin, and then a plunge. And this will put you where you're going for the next for the next quest. Okay, so this quest has a trick to it. So the way that it is, there's one medium biped and then 4 stubbies, but you only need to kill the medium biped and 2 of the stubbies. So the way you can figure out which ones you need to kill is if you lock on to this medium biped and you kill him first. You see how only 2 of these 4 stubbies are aggroed onto me now? This lets me know that these 2 I don't need to worry about, and these are the 2 that I need to kill. So I'll do that. Pick up their drops. And then go down
that's everything the
this
supply trader asked for.
alley, I guess, to get back to the res camp.
These chores are a real pain in the butt, huh?
The Resistance is a valuable ally to your hub. By helping them, we also help ourselves. So no, I don't think they're a pain.
Straight lines,
Yeah.
trying to go from corner to corner. Then you just, if you mash A and B, you'll select the don't talk to me dialogue for her, which is what you want. Turn in one of the quests, both quests, it doesn't really matter. For weapon shop, you want to say, do you want to try them out? Yes. And then you're going to upgrade your sword from level 1 to level 2 with the materials he just gave you. The biggest reason for this isn't necessarily the damage, it's more the attack speed. So now we have increased attack speed, which means we don't need to dash punch anymore. So I hope you enjoyed your really short time of dash punching. So yeah, talk to him, mash through, say yes, upgrade your sword to Virtuous Contract level 2, talk to him, just mash through it all, talk to Anemone, mash and say, yes, I will help you. And that's where you're at. All right, so now we're going to be going to the desert, and because of the upgraded sword, thankfully you don't have to get around doing this anymore. Now we're going to be doing dash swinging. So when I said like how to do a DG, if you do your DG too late, you'll get a dash swing. So that's what we're trying to do for movement now. The asterisk is that we don't want to get like this full flinging sword out, come to a standstill. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut our dash swing short. We're gonna cut it short with another dash swing. So as you can see, all I'm doing is just pushing like dash heavy, dash heavy.
Understood, 042.
That's
Placing
all you
marker
have to
on
do
target. The desert heat is going to make resupply efforts
to do this
difficult,
movement.
2B. Please make sure you're ready before you go.
And that is now your faster movement. So take the path I'm taking. It's the shortest distance. Lift, heavy. I guess the visual cues I look for when I'm dash swinging like this. I don't want my dash to be too long because I want the fastest part of my dash. So I want, as soon as her right leg starts to come back is when I know that my dash is as soon as like right when her leg's about to come back is when I want to start my dash, or my swing, I mean. And then for the swing itself, you don't want, even that's fine. If you're throwing the sword like this, that means your dash is too long. All you really want to see is just her do the spins. So if she's spinning around like this without throwing her sword, that means the timing's pretty good. Obviously, you don't want to cut it too short either. So I guess you're trying to dash again right when she's like about to throw the sword from behind her back, basically. It's a little hard to explain, but
What can I help?
it should be fairly easy to see. Alright. Buy from this dude. Buy small recovery. Buy 21 medium recoveries. 11 melee attack ups. 1 range attack up. Then for fast menuing, if you push down, right, you'll be at resilience. You're gonna buy resilience, an animal bait, and the sachet. So we'll be doing a death warp later, which is why we want a small recovery. Medium recoveries are obviously for heals if you need them. We don't really need 11, but it's fast menuing just to press right. Just to press right and then buy 11. So we do that. Only need 1 of these. Resilience is amazing. Resilience makes, it says it right there. It prevents you from getting staggered, which means that you're able to do more damage, which is good. Then we will ride 1 animal in this run. So that's exciting. Okay. I am going to...
Map data obtained from bunker. Data may be displayed.
I'm going to show
from
some
the
out-of-bounds
system
movement.
menu.
So,
It's hard to get an
you
accurate
want
picture from this.
to...
Our satellite resolution isn't so hot.
You want to make sure
Hopefully they deploy
you
some new satellites soon.
just talk to the
General
transporter.
idea is good enough.
I gotta wait for this dialogue to end.
You don't let anything get in your way, do you?
So you want to open the transporter, because opening the transporter means that now you can quick save. Not necessarily just from there, but from your main menu. This now allows you to save from here, which we'll be using a little bit later with the specific transporter, so we want to get it. So there's... Alright, so now we're going to clip out. So for this clip, if you want to basically think of it as splitting 2B's head in half between the transporter and the wall, you're going to do that, and then you're going to do a pod launch. And that's going to get you out of bounds. The tricky thing with this out of bounds is we want to go straight, but if we don't do the right movement, we're going to get stuck like that and pushed. There we go. If we did something like this, like now we're stuck and we can't continue out of bounds. So what we're gonna do is, well, for one clip, just do 3 dashes and then a double jump, and that'll make it so that you don't get stuck on that really weird terrain and you can get up here instead. So from here, I guess it's kind of hard to see where you're going, but we're basically going to go just to the right of these chests. So, draw a straight line between you and the right of these chests, and you're going to plunge or jump or do whatever you want to get off. Now that we're down here, we get a lot more stuff loaded. Pretty much around from like here to inside, I think this terrain's all solid, so you don't really need to worry about falling in. The one exception to that is if you go completely straight, like right there, you saw I took a little, trying not to fall. There's a little hole like right here. So there's 2 ways two really good ways to like avoid it. One, just go to the side Lamau. As you can see, I can walk all the way around and I don't have to worry about it. The second way is if you dash swing like normal, and when you feel like you're about to go over it, you do a dash punch instead of a dash swing. It'll push you over it, and you'll be just fine. All right, so from here, we're going to be clipping back in bounds on this rock. So now we're back in bounds. Draw another straight line, we're going here. So this is, I guess I should say, that out of bounds movement saves like 5 seconds, but there's no real reason not to do it. This next thing that does our barricade, this saves like 30 seconds from where you have to talk to Jackass and watch a cutscene to get the barricade to blow up and all that. Instead, what you can do is you can clip out right here by doing a plunge. So if you want something to really aim for, I'd say you can like aim for the side of this rock. This terrain's really janky, by the way. Yeah, and then you'll clip out just like that. The rocks are really janky, but you should just be able to double jump and then plunge, and then this will clip you out. I think as far as this side's concerned, there's a lot of terrain, but as soon as you get past this wall, there's not nearly as much ground. I'm going to try to clip back in bounds. Yeah, so the really important thing, the really important thing is just clipping out and getting around this barricade. Which is like just doing this, and then you want to stay kind of close.
A sealed gate with explosives. There's got to be an easier way, right?
And after you're past this, if you really want to, you can go back in bounds and follow the tunnel around to get to the desert. I'll show the out of bounds movement that we do later on to avoid getting the desert discovery cutscene, but this really isn't worth it starting on because the out of bounds movement is really tricky. So this is what we do. But all that I want you to do is to get past the barricade, which I guess is now gone. Then get back in bounds and just follow the tunnel around. Then make sure, once again, make sure you dash swing in the cutscenes. Give me a second. My voice hurts. All right, continuing on. We're gonna do what are called sand slides. Basically, when you're out in the desert, sand is slippery and it slides, and a fast sand slide is faster than a dash swing. So, sand slide down, and once it loads in, I'll show you what we're going. Okay, there we go. You can see it way off in the distance. We're aiming for this right here. So this is pod C. We want pod C. So pick up pod C. Do another sand slide. As you see on the mini map, okay, so there are these quest markers all over the place that the game wants us to go to, kill some mobs, and, you know, play the video game. However, the only one of these that we actually have to get into is this one, which is off by this sand. So that's where we are going.
Careful. We've got
It's just important to make sure you stay far enough on the left for the one that we just passed, because you don't want to accidentally activate the cutscene. All right. So, upcoming trick is called Stupid Rock. This is our friend Dawn, the friend who's about to spawn. We call him Dawn. Dawn works in cycles, so when Dawn goes to dive underground, he can either do it immediately or he can do it late. What we're gonna try to do is we're gonna try to like do a plunge on some weird rock geometry and hope it moves us. I don't think there's really a reason not to go for it. It's just kind of dumb. Oh, thank you for the Shinobu head pets. We're just gonna kind of go for it. If you don't get it, it's not that big of a deal. And that's why we call it Stupid Rock, is because the rocks are dumb. All this really does, when right before Dawn plunges into the ground, there's basically just an invisible wall right here that will prevent you from going past it. So if you were to just try to sprint all the way through, you'd get stuck like right here, and you couldn't move till after the cutscene where he plunges. Because we try to plunge on these rocks, we'll be moving forward. We'll be moving forward. We'll be moving forward. The invisible wall will despawn, and then we'll continue moving forward, basically. So it just gives you a little bit of distance. It basically just stops you like here. We'll say like here instead of back here. So it really doesn't matter, but like I said, you might as well. There's one more cutscene right here. I think the trigger is probably right about here. So just dash swing into it. And now we get to...
What's that?
Analysis. It is
a little bit harder out of bounds stuff.
Large numbers of humans resided in such concrete and metal shelters. The structures were referred
All right.
to by names.
Video game wants you to go over there. We're going for this building, for the corner of this building.
Report. Mail notification received from access point.
I hope I don't have a memory leak. Hold on. Okay, I do not. Poggers. Yeah, we're going over here. So, right where this kind of window is, you can clip out of bounds. So that's what we're going to do. There's kind of two lineups I have. All right, I'm going to pause it right here. So there's kind of two lineups I have for getting this clip. One is to try and aim between like the actual window itself and the broken off window piece with your plunge, and that will push you inbounds. The other one is there's a white spot on the wall and a black spot on the wall, and if you aim between those, it should also push you out of bounds. So just kind of do whatever move. Oh, I haven't even explained SD yet. This is where we will explain SD. So SD is used for a lot of things. One, SD cancels basically every animation immediately. Like you can try to do whatever, and if you do SD, SD will cancel you out of it. That's neat by itself. Two, SD has a lot of it will preserve your momentum for a second, and then it will drastically bring you to the ground. So, like in some places where you do plunges off of really high places, if you do a plunge, your plunge can actually run out. And if your plunge is about to run out and you hold SD, you'll keep some of that plunge momentum while you're holding SD. So cancels animation is used for preserving momentum or just giving you a lot of negative Y velocity. Yeah. And then the kind of third best thing with it is it will let you extend aerial combos. So before in Prologue, we were doing like lift heavy, jump heavy, plunge. Like this is basically the most height we could get, because the way the game works, it basically says you can do a light attack before a heavy attack in the air, not the other way around. Like if I do light heavy, that's fine, but if I try to do heavy light, nothing happens. So with SD, we can make that not the case. And with SD, we can also do... Let me see real quick. Yeah, SD will give you one extra attack as well. So before, where we were doing that for our most height, now we can do... So we can throw one more we can throw an SD heavy on top of our vertical movement. You don't need to for a lot of places, but I just kind of tend to autopilot and do it anyway. Like, that's how much height I got without doing it, if I actually cared about spacing out my... heavies correctly, but you can kind of see how much higher that gets you than... Yeah, so it gives you, it will give you a little bit more height. But, yes. Clip out here. And then we're going to, I guess I'll just show this. Clip out, you have to come through this doorway because this wall is solid. So come through this doorway and then just move to the left wall, basically. So you can kind of see where this terrain exists. Oh, that's actually a lie. Huh. I've never moved over here before. That's interesting. But there does come a point where the terrain is a lie. So I'll basically just come out from here and then just move to a semi-straight line to right here. So this is definitely where you can see where the terrain exists and doesn't exist. Ah, yes, I forgot the excellent caveat as well. Alright, so the really, really, really shitty thing is if you void out here, this terrain will unload. So you'll have to do a lift as soon as you spawn in to wait for the terrain to come back in. But that shouldn't be an issue. So what we're going to do from here is you can basically follow this point and look at your mini map. This is where we're going, basically like around here. So I'm going to dash off, do 2 pod spins, and then a plunge. And this is where I want to be. Now from here, we're going to move around here, and we're going to use. Well, we'll just do I'll show the super beginner thing first. So as you can see from your mini map, your trigger or your mini map / your mission progress shows you as being way out here still. There's a mandatory trigger that we need to get that's around here. So all we're gonna do is we're gonna jump out and grab this trigger, and you can see the second I got past there, it now moved your minimap to highlighting this area. So there's basically like 2 ways to do this. There's like a void out way, which is that way, and then there's a voidless way where you will do a light dash attack, basically, which was that spinny thing. And then you'll do your 2 pod spins, and you can hit the trigger with 1, turn around, and then go to the platform we're about to go to right now. But for all intents and purposes, all you really need to do is hit this trigger so that your minimap updates, void out, and then you're going to come out here to the right, and you want to end up on this platform, which will then cause this cutscene to go.
What is this?
Before anything else happens, there's...
Don't listen to them, 2B.
If you mess up and you accidentally get in here without landing on this platform, you will not get this dialogue. You will not get the cutscene. They won't even... I'm not even sure if they're spawned in. So there's 2 backups. One I like and one I hate. I didn't know Dom could spawn in. Huh. There's 2 ways to back up. One is trying to get a double lift off of this piece of terrain, which I find really difficult, but it is possible. There it is. So you can get a double lift, and then you can get on top of the platform. Or you can do Weenie Hut Junior strats. Which is more consistent, which is also what I like to do. And you can just kind of like climb the terrain around. And then I believe that's basically where it is. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, I mean, you can see where the platform would be. You just gotta have to get, you have to get back to it. I'm gonna go ahead and load a save and take a quick bathroom break because I want to show how you're supposed to do this room, basically. But I need water and to go potty. Alrighty. So we're gonna do this clip out again. We're gonna do the clip out, the out of bounds movement, and then I'm gonna go inside the pit without hitting the platform. Please. There we go. Whoa. I didn't even hit the trigger. Let me in. Oh no. I'm trying to figure out what's solid right now. Alright. If this happens, you just have to reload. There's no way that I'm aware of to clip out of bounds once you're inside the pit. Well, I guess reset is what I meant, not reload, because you won't have this point. You're very loud, Kettle. There we go. Okay, we'll say you're trying to come around here and you just take the corner too shallow or something. I mean, this wouldn't be too bad. But now you can see we didn't get a cutscene and there's no dialogue, which means like the timer before dawn is going to come out isn't happening. Oh, that force perspective is not cute. Alright. I'm just gonna do the backup, I know, even though I hate it. Like I said, right here, you're fishing for a double lift off this terrain. I don't know a consistent way to get it, but maybe I'm just bad. Will you let me stand on this beam, please, video game? Oh, it actually isn't. Okay. Over here is where I want to be. Alright. Here, we're going to pop a melee attack buff, and we're going to change our weapon slot 1 to also have Virtuous Contract on the heavy slot. This is going to allow us to do something which I'll show in a second. So do those equips.
What is this?
Skip the cutscene, and then you basically need to kill, I think it's 7 enemies before Dawn will spawn, or to get him to spawn before his set timer is. I like to go around the right side. I think other runners like Aligarch like to go around the left somehow, but these are the ones that I kill.
Don't listen to them, 2B.
And that causes Dawn to spawn. And now, the transition from killing all of these stubbies before you fight Adam is on a timer, and that timer starts once you kill Dawn. So that's why you're going to focus down Dawn, and then you're kind of just waiting around, killing as many enemies as you can until Adam shows up. So we'll kill Dawn, and now we'll just kill as many of these guys as we can. So you can do this. I'll show DDG. So that's just throwing single damage glitches, kind of like waiting till they run out and then throwing another one. Because we put a short sword on weapon slot 1 as well now, what we can actually do is we can do a damage glitch, switch our weapon slots by pushing up, and then throw another damage glitch, and you can have 2 damage glitches out at once, which is why we call this a DDG. So I'll wait till they're not doing really arms. DG1, DG2. And you can see these two, so you see the two swords spinning out there? But all I'm doing is I'm gonna go around killing them just because I'm waiting up until I hear like a chorus of them saying this will not continue. Then I'm gonna wait. I usually wait like 2 seconds, and then I'm going to actually use ST to blow myself up because it causes a huge AoE damage. So they're about to start saying it, so and then the cutscene transitions, which is what we want. Because the cutscene goes, two things. One, we can't skip by pausing. We have to skip by holding B. And it gets rid of the normal, like, oh, I'm on the ground, I just SD'd, I have to slowly get up and stagger. Which is why we do it, because we can just use it for like a huge AoE burst of damage, and then we can not suffer from it. Okay, so first, this is Adam. This is the first bit of Adam. After you SD, obviously you should give yourself health, but you also want to put on a melee attack up. So we're going to get control. Normally what we do is we get control, we throw a DG, and then we'll buff. But because I had to pause, I'm going to buff and now throw my DG and taunt. And then he transitions to the second phase. So for the second phase, let me check something real quick. Okay, yeah. So for phase 2, we're gonna go for what's called sword dodge, or sword doge, I guess. He has 5 phases, I want to say. So we just did the first phase. This is the second phase. After you damage him down past the second phase, he'll have another small cutscene like this, where you're just like, oh, sword, dodge, and then that'll be the third phase. The fourth phase, he'll be doing ranged attacks, and then the fifth phase, we just kill him. So sword dodge is trying to make it throw, so you spawn in, throw a DG, and then throw your second DG, and then you're hoping that your second DG staggers him so that he doesn't do the cutscene, basically. So I'm gonna try it and see what happens.
Droids, why fight?
Yep, so we got it. So as you can see, he's gonna transition right now into doing ranged attacks. Well, he's not a meanie butt. Yep, so this is now phase 4. So for phase 4, you want to charge your lasers at him, and then shoot your pod switch. And yeah, so you charge up your lasers to get a double laser. You switch pods, and then you shoot a second laser, and that's enough damage to transition him into the last phase. So when he's coming down here for the last phase, your melee attack up buff will be gone. So you want to rebuff, and then just throw DGs at him until he dies. And that's Adam. Adam can be very mean, or he can play nice. That was okay. You basically don't want him doing the two attacks he did right there, which was ranged defense, or like ranged invulnerability, and then melee invulnerability, because you can't damage him, so it sucks. But throw DGs at him till he dies. So here for this collapse sequence,
Through that hole.
it pushes you forward. Follow forward. This is a really good. This is a really good out of combat use of slow-mo, because this right here is going to collapse, and then a platform above it is also going to collapse. If you use slow-mo for movement while you're going over them, they won't collapse while you're on them, so you can just do normal movement. So. Because as you can see, they normally collapse. But if you aren't confident about being able to
What the hell just happened?
cancel slow-mos,
I've never seen a machine like that before.
that's
We
fine,
better report this to
because
command.
you don't want to laser on accident.
Let's move to an area with better reception so we can contact command.
Hey, thank you. Hopefully it's useful. So this terrain's this has some weird terrain up here. Kind of show optimal way to do things. Alright, so
Alert.
okay. So up here, you just need to do a heavy and a jump to get up here. Or, sorry, a lift and a jump. So this terrain, if you are over on this left side, it won't let you up. But if you're like more towards the center, you can just dash or dash swing up it. This first lip, you dash swing up. This one you can't. So this one, I just double jump and then dash over. If you stick to the right here, you can just dash swing up the side. Right here, lift jump. And then this one you can also dash swing over. So right here, if you walk forward, you see how like you're not really on the ground. You're kind of like on a ledge. You want to be on this ledge because you can double jump dash. If you're on the ground, like here, you don't get enough height. But if you just move forward a little bit, so you're like on this little ledge almost, you can get up there just fine. So double jump, dash, then a lift, and we're gonna come to this trick's pretty obnoxious. So what we're gonna try to do is we're gonna try to clip out of bounds using this box. This is what's obnoxious because it's not really all that precise. So I'm gonna say we're gonna interact with it. We're gonna push it one full push and then a bit. So like a bit, and then I'm gonna cancel the a bit with a dash. And now what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna cut 2B's head in half with this box. I'm gonna do a pod launch, and then the second I think I've clipped a little bit, I'm gonna try to dash to the left. So that was too early, and that was just fine. And this gets us out of bounds. You can clip through the box the other way as well, just by doing a plunge. But yeah, you push it one and a bit, try to cut 2B's head in half, and then you pod launch through, but you don't want to get the full pod launch, so you cancel it with a dash to the side. This out of bounds terrain really, I don't think it's that terrible as far as the amount it extends. But we're just going to kind of follow it until about here. And then camera. The camera would be nice. All right, there we go. And then we're gonna try to, there's an invisible ledge basically or invisible ground right above here basically. So we're gonna aim to get up on top of here. So I like to, right about here, pod spin, and then NieR should be fine. Rude. Yeah, so hit the wall, you get up on top of here, and you can be happy. Because all we're gonna do now is we're gonna run to this corner, where you can see up in the top right, it says saving possible. And now we're gonna quick save and quick load. Or quick save and load, period. I wonder if this is the right save? I might have loaded the wrong save. No, okay, this is good. Which puts us all the way back at this transporter that we used to clip out forever ago. It just saves us the time of having to... It saves us the time of having to go from... probably like... Oh man, where's Adam Pit? Adam Pit is... somewhere around here, I think. So we just touch the edge of the save zone, and then we save, and we can go all the way back to here. Now we're gonna go to the amusement park, yay! As soon as you get out of this transporter, do 2 dash swings, and then 2 dashes, and this will put you into this dialogue.
Maybe we should... Roger.
Just make sure that you're mashing with A and B, and you'll automatically select no.
Roger.
I also have an incoming message from the commander.
From there, now you're just going to go to the sewers. So this is the optimal route to the sewers.
We've lost contact with several Yorha units that were on their way to the surface. Their black boxes are online, so we presume they're still alive. We've tracked the location of their signals, so I need all Yorha units on the surface to head over and investigate. End transmission.
I heard something about that back at the resistance camp.
Target location confirmed. I'm worried about the other androids. We should probably check this out as soon as possible.
Right here, I'm turning my camera because I guess this is... You don't need to do this. If you want to just dash chain, that's fine. What I'm trying to avoid, though, is... I'm trying to avoid auto lock on from destroying me. So if you see right now, even though I'm trying to dash here, auto lock on's pulling it so that my swing is going to push me towards those enemies. So I can't do it right now because he's too close. But if I can, I'll move my camera to try and prevent those enemies from being on the screen.
Looks like our surface route's been cut off.
Okay.
Maybe we can get through from underground.
For here, there's 2 good ways to get down to the sewers. One's plunging, the other one's SDing. Just please don't take the ladder. I think the way I did this was like 2 dashes, double jump, plunge. But it doesn't matter. Because you can also just walk over it and then hold SD. And both of those ways will get you down here without having to worry about the ladder, which is super nice.
So 2B, those machines out in the desert look
just like so androids, we are going to get
but we androids
early
were
spear.
modeled after our human creators. So why would machines try to look like us?
There's no point trying to work out unsolvable problems.
I suppose.
We're gonna get early spear. That's this wonderful weapon right here. We're going to get it, but we're not going to equip it yet. We're also going to, instead of going back down the sewers and going around, we're going to do a double lift off of these roots to clip inbounds on the other side. So like that. I'm going to move over there real quick. I'm going to kind of show where I'm aiming. This clip is a little bit strange. So I think the real secret with this clip is, unlike a lot of other clips, you're not really trying to like cut the building and the tree in half. You're more plunging into the building than you are the tree. So I'm plunging further to the left than I think I should be. Yeah. Like that time wasn't good, but it's one of those things where you just gotta keep doing it. Alright, so this clip puts you here, which is right where you'd normally come out of the sewers. So we're gonna do really easy trick, just amusement park, cutscene, discovery skip, or now what we're gonna do, there is a trigger right here, I'd say, like near the top of this part of the route. But this trigger isn't very high. So we can do a double lift off of this tree root to get over this, to get over the trigger. And now you never get, you don't have to worry about the, yeah, you save time because you don't have to worry about the cutscene discovery trigger. It saves like 4 seconds. It's really not too hard. All right, next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna do let's play, the let's play skip.
Wow, this is weird.
This has another kind of hard out of bounds movement. We're gonna do a lift, and then we're gonna try to kind of plunge through, like right here, through this building. So, I guess I should say, if you have DLC on, this clip is gonna be different than if you have DLC off. I do not have DLC installed, so I can clip straight through. If you have DLC on, you're gonna want to get kind of up here on this invisible ledge. That was a bad angle. There's a very specific angle if you clip through that you'll just void out. So that's what happened right there. But if you have DLC on, you'll want to get on like this invisible ledge and then clip out. If something like that happens where you get stuck, just tap SD. The reason why this is different with DLC on versus off is if you have DLC on, there's an elevator right here, and like literally right here, I think. And if you land kind of where I'm at right now, before this wall, then you won't be far enough, and you'll have to clip back out and try to get around this little room. But with DLC off, this room doesn't matter. So what we're gonna do here, this is the kind of hard movement part. So you can go past this wall. I'm trying to have a good camera. It doesn't want to show. There we go. So you can go past this wall, but you don't want to go past these walls. Past these walls is inbounds, and you'll have to clip back out. This wall is just kind of aesthetic and invisible, so it doesn't matter. But what you're gonna do is you're gonna kind of dash off at a 45-degree angle, jump, pod spin, dash, pod spin. So that'll look like that, but minus the one light attack I did. That means I pushed the button. That means I pushed it too soon, basically. And that'll put you at the edge of this yellow building, which is where there's ground. I'm trying to get back over there real quick. But it's a pain. Alright, whatever, I'm back in bounds, it's fine. I'll just clip that again.
Where does this corridor lead?
I hate that angle. There we go. Okay. So, if you're afraid that you're not going to have enough... Oh, I'll use my small recovery, whatever. If you're afraid that you're not going to have enough height when you do this, and you're afraid of, like, drowning out like this, it'll put you back where you came from, so it's not that big of a deal. But what you can always do is spin, spin, heavy, ST heavy, and then dash spin. And that'll get you a lot of extra height. That'll get you all the extra height you could possibly need in the world. So you can see this is kind of the yellow wall, and this is the corner. So you're aiming for around here. Because this has... This build, like where we're standing right now, where this building is, has collision, but outside of it does not. Until you get to this corner, and now the outside has collision, and this building does. So you have to go around outside here. So what we're doing is we're getting a trigger without. Whoops. We're getting a trigger without getting the cutscene for the trigger. So, right where you see this, the white dot, there's a machine, and once you get around that machine, there's this trigger that will spawn the tank, and then you'll get this Let's Play cutscene. Instead, if you do this out of bounds movement, where land right here, and you just kind of dash around outside. And then I want to say like this corner. If you're in this corner, I'd guarantee you get the trigger, which we actually see because the tank spawned. So now you have this mandatory trigger, which is good, but you skip getting the cutscene. So you're just gonna run back in bounds, and you're gonna get on the roller coaster.
Tank behind?
If they aren't hostile, fighting them is a waste of time. What's this?
Analysis. It is a device that propels humans on rails at high speed.
So we got this dialogue, which means if you get the dialogue once you're on the coaster, that means good job, you got all your mandatory triggers, and you haven't broken the game. So these two, like the two, getting the spear and doing that clip saves like 15 seconds basically. Doing the park discovery cutscene skip saves like 5 seconds, and then doing this Let's Play skip saves like 15 seconds. So definitely get the spear. Like, without a doubt, get the spear. Get the spear. I promise. It's worth it. The like the park discovery cutscene, it's not the biggest deal if you mess it up, so it's whatever. And then for Let's Play, I'd say it's really, really worth going for because it's just a pain. It's just really boring when you have to go up the corridor, you get a cutscene, go around the carousel, you get another cutscene, and then you get on the roller coaster. It's just, that sucks. So as we are riding around the roller coaster, there's not a lot to do. Enemies are going to spawn, kill them.
Sure are strange creatures. Hey, 2B?
Yes?
People who know me well usually call me Nines, so...
Oh.
So what do you think?
Oh.
I mean, if you want to call me Nines, it's totally okay.
I'm good.
Oh, alright.
This is a cutscene, skip it. And then as soon as you spawn, you're gonna jump into a plunge. And then skip another cutscene. And we're at Beauvoir. Alright, so with Beauvoir, you won't be able to open your shortcut menu as soon as you get control of your character. So we're gonna get control, do a dash, then you can shortcut. We're gonna do a melee buff, and then we're gonna do, I'll say like 3 DGs. The timing or the amounts isn't super important, but we want to be careful because we don't want to over damage Beauvoir before she does her first attack. If that happens, she'll sit around for a couple seconds and then do a super long range attack. And we don't want to damage her too late because if that happens, she'll move off of the stage and into the center of the arena. We'll damage her and then she'll move back to the stage and get on it. Instead, what we want to do is we want to make it so that as soon as she starts her first attack, we're going to hit her damage. We're going to hit her HP threshold so that she'll want to transition, but she'll still be aggroed to us and we can keep her close to the stage. So we'll see if I can do this real quick.
What the hell?
Our records don't say anything about a machine like this.
Yep, so as you can see, we hit her threshold and she's aggroed to us and she's doing a melee attack. And her first attack ended and now she's going to transition to the next phase, which means she's going to go on the stage. And because we did this, she's right there next to the stage. Oh, this is a weird thing. Whenever you're in hacking space, the immediate direction that you're going to be aiming or shooting is based off of the real world. So as soon as we get hacked, if we're shooting at this light, we will be facing forward, basically. So we can just hold forward. Kill the little cubes, kill the ball.
It's trying to hack
and we're gonna get a cutscene.
If we take hacking damage, it'll affect our bodies as well.
So right out of this cutscene, we're gonna start charging our laser. There's gonna be like the whole entire backside of the arena is gonna get filled up with dead androids. So what we're gonna try to do is we're gonna try and clear out like 2 angles of them with a double laser, and then kill the last row of them with a single laser. So we're gonna do the same thing we did with Adam, where we do a double laser and then pod swap into a single laser.
Are we serious? seriously being attacked with dead androids?
Wait, I don't think... 2B!
So I missed one,
Black box signals.
which is fine.
They're dead.
But they die in one dash punch. So you're going to be holding Podfire as you go around the room, and you're going to be dash punching them to try and one-shot them. So there's one that's back here that likes to... You're also trying not to get hacked, because they're going to do an attack that will hack you, and you don't want that to happen. So the two I like to be careful of is there's one in the back right here and one in the back over here. And those are the two that I get hacked by the most.
Turned into weapons.
All right, this ends.
So this
now.
one... Yeah, he almost got me. Yep, he got me. Because for whatever reason, these won't always actually give you a warning. Sometimes they'll just get hacked and there's nothing you can do. Like that again. It kind of sucks. There's not really a lot you can do about it.
I've almost analyzed the enemy's...
But just kill them as fast as you can. So for Beauvoir second phase, just damage her. You can't really over damage her, but you can under damage her. So just go and hit her till her HP disappears.
Pattern. I'm going to try to hack it back. Keep it busy.
You got it.
And then we have time before she hits her last phase, so I just go around and farm those guys for some extra HP. And then we're going to... this is where we're going to equip the spear that we get. So we got spear, and now we're going to equip spear in slot 1 and 2. Or, sorry, we're going to equip the spear in slot 1 for both weapon sets. And we're going to use another melee buff. And very important,
Saturation attack triggered by
as soon...
Pod! Thanks. Oh,
As soon as she dies and if you hit an extra level, as soon as you see her start to stagger for her death animation, you want to SD, because we're setting up a death warp in a bit. And this is where the best time is to SD. So that's what we're doing. And we did. So this trick is really, really, really dumb and inconsistent, but there's no reason not to go for it. So first off, we're going to grab this drop. Because it can potentially be, like melee defense, ranged defense, or it can be a weapon attack up or a ranged attack up, +3, which is good damage for later in the game. We're going to grab that, but what you're going to do here is you're going to talk to the, you're going to try to save this android, I guess. You're going to interact with this android. You're going to take one dash forward, slow-mo, and you're going to try and clip out on this door. I think this clip is really inconsistent and sucks, but it's like, it's a hell of a lot of time save. So it's worth going for it. So. So I didn't get it, which sucks. All of that means, if you do get it, you basically just won't get. You'll clip right out. You'll clip back in right here, and you won't get this cutscene, which means that you don't get this really crappy, takes a long time, stand around, do nothing. So for right here, you should have a small recovery because we bought a small recovery earlier, and you want to use that small recovery. Because if you're at 1 HP, you can't SD. And now I'm about to show you our next movement, our fastest movement from here on out. I will say spear dashing is super optional. It saves time, but only if you're doing it properly. If not, just dash swing and use the spear for clips later on. Alright, so anyway, spear dashing. So spear dashing is our new fastest form of movement. It's obnoxious. Basically what you do is you do a light, heavy, SD, heavy. So this is spear dashing, where you start off with light, heavy, SD, heavy, and then you just keep doing SD, heavy after that. There's a rhythm for optimal spear dashing.
Hostiles.
It's kind of hard to describe for me, but I like doing it, or I try to do it so that this like swishy noise is always active. Because if you're doing it slow, you hear how there's like a lull for it. Or if you do it too fast, I don't think you get the full duration. I try to just make it so that that swishy noise is going. And that's how I spear dash. Alright, anyway. Now we're going to go to Pascal's Village. Probably just dash through here because you don't want to auto lock on. And then, like I said, if you want to spear dash, spear dash. If not, don't. Here we have like an optional 2-second time save, because either you can just do like that, and you will only have like a jump, lift, heavy, jump, and you'll get on the ladder and you'll get to the top with just one extra like dash or jump up the ladder, or you can cut the corner, do actual high jump movement, and skip the 9S. Do high jump movement and then skip, you know, walking that bit and going up the ladder. So just lift, heavy, jump, heavy, SD, heavy, and then either plunge or dash. For me, if I believe I have enough height to get to like dash onto the platform, I'll just dash. If not, I'll plunge. So like right there, if I didn't do the dash, or if I didn't do the plunge, I would have not gotten enough height to get up here. Try it like once or twice. If you think it's really hard and you can't get it, or it's like not consistent, just don't go for it. Just do like, just go up the ladder like this. Like it saves 2 seconds. It's really not that much time save. And then dash swing or spear dash to Pascal's Village. You'll get 1 mandatory cutscene right here. So the second that I see the camera zoom in, I'll pause. And then the second I see 2B take a big step forward, I know I have control again.
So why don't the machines, or the aliens who created them, attack the bunker directly? They originally came here from outer space, right?
Well, there are a few theories about
There's
that.
another discovery
No one
cutscene right
knows for
here,
sure.
so I'm going to make sure that I'm
can
in
tell
a
what
spear
the
dash when I
aliens
go
think.
across to not get the slow walk. Now we're going to talk to the transporter, or we're gonna quick save at this
They really don't
transporter.
wanna fight.
So we're gonna interact with it and actually quick save at it. Please, 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 actually quick save right here. If you don't quick save, you're gonna just die, and you're gonna get put way back at save after you saved right after Adam. So please, 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 quick save here. So do that. You're gonna talk to Pascal twice, and he's gonna give you an oil filter or fuel filter. And now you're gonna do whatever form of movement you like down this way. This walkway is a little bit jank. If you go off the right side, you'll be in the air. So like if I do this, if I like dash swing, you see how I'm in the air. But if I do it on the right side, so you want to be doing your whatever movement of your choice on the right side of this. After that, we're going to this box.
We can get into the
So
ruins if we move
I
that box.
need to double check, but I'm pretty sure there's two ways. Yeah, so there's two ways to clip through this box. One is you can push it and then do a pod launch, so you don't have to push it all the way, but that's slow, so that sucks, don't do that. What you can do instead is you can double jump, plunge, and then tap SD on this left side. So like that, and you'll just zoom through it. Yeah, you don't have to tap SD, but tapping SD makes the clip easier. Okay, from here, we're gonna grab an animal.
Operator 60 to 2B. Time for your
Don't put animal bait on rocks.
contact.
It's jank. It's really jank terrain.
2B here.
Boars
What's
are
wrong?
better than moose,
There's this operator I kind of liked, but when I asked her out,
but
she turned me down.
all I try to do is I don't really care. I'll just bait whatever animal's closest to me. But boars are better than moose because with boars you can do what's called boar hopping, which is just spamming jump. For whatever reason, the boar jump animation can be canceled. Like the part of the animation can be canceled. So yeah, dashing, holding dash to run, and then mashing jump is faster on boars and is faster than a moose by a little bit. But it doesn't matter. Grab an animal,
Honestly, 2B.
hold dash, and go back to res camp.
I am definitely not the person to discuss this with.
I don't think I can stand spending one more day in this bunker.
You leaving would be bad for me. It would affect mission efficiency.
Are you saying you need me, 2B?
All Model B
All right,
combat
so,
units require the assistance.
Res camp kind of has a border around, or has an invisible border around it. So the invisible border is in each of the walls, or in these two walls, and like here, right there, if you can see this little light between these pillars, I'd say like right in front of the second pillar. If your animal touches one of the walls or goes through that trigger, they're going to run all the way out here, and like you'll be lucky if they stop back here. So what I try to do is once I hit about here, I'll try to jump off, and then that'll come up at the same time as a prompt that's like, I actually don't know what the prompt is.
Operator.
Subquests. So I'll jump off.
So
You'll see the moose will go like a step forward, and it's not running away.
closing this channel.
So when you're actually doing this, the dialogue between 2B and 60 is still going to be going on, which means you wouldn't be able to talk to Anemone. So what you're going to do is you're going to come over here, talk to this door, and that will cut off the 2B and 60 dialogue. Then you're just going to come over here, talk to Anemone. She's going to give you oil, I guess. And you're going to dash over to your boar, or your moose, and then you're going to make it kill you.
Well, what do you think?
She just started transmitting to us.
Now do you believe we're not a threat?
Your mouth can say.
Because the way this game works, weapons and key items persist through death. What this means is that we got the viscous oil that you take from Anemone to Pascal. It will, even though we die right here, it'll still be in our inventory. And because we last quick saved at Pascal's Village, this is going to warp us right back to Pascal's Village. The last thing... and because we were in a call with... I believe it's because we're in a call with Pascal when we die, as soon as we respawn, the call is going to start again. So you're going to hear like 2 rings, and then you want to pod fire. So it'll be like bring, and like pod fire bring, and that should damage a robot out in the distance. That will cut off the dialogue. So let's see if we can do that. Yeah, just like that.
I'm sorry.
So you cut off the dialogue, so you're no longer on the phone call with Pascal, and you can immediately come up here and talk to Pascal. Alright, so this is city angles now.
What's that noise?
You're going to be taking the same path you took before, basically. Come this way, and then I'm just going to show you the optimal path.
Units should proceed and engage immediately.
A Goliath? This was a trap. I knew it. 2B, Command is deploying new flight units for us.
Anytime I look down or up while spear dashing, right here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to avoid an auto lock onto a moose. For whatever reason, with animals, it seems like the auto lock on's really bad. And unlike dashing, spear dashing will go to, it's like dash swinging. It'll go to any enemy you're aggroed on instead of where you want it to go.
The flight units should be on the roof of that building up ahead. It'll be dangerous, but we're not going anywhere unless we pass through that Goliath's legs. We should be careful.
So that barricade's basically just do it the same way you did it when you were going over it to resistance camp quests. Just do like 2 pod spins and then plunge over it. And now we're gonna get to a really dumb and inconsistent for me trick. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So, double jump onto the ladder, count 14 jumps, jump off heavy, do a lift, and then you'll get here, and you can see this rock, like right, or rubble, I guess, right here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna dash to get even with this wall. We're gonna dash to get in front of the rubble. We're gonna jump, and then I'm gonna look at my mini map and try to double jump and dash out to get through this really small hole in the invisible wall that is right here. And if we don't, well, I'll just show you the backup even if we do get it, but that's what we're trying to do. Alright, we did not get it, which is fine. Like I said, it's kind of dumb and inconsistent in my opinion. It should be, I should have it more consistent because there is a good lineup. If you want to look at, there's a video in resources done by Dan's Flesh. Watch that, it's better than what I try to do. But if you fail, you can still get over this. All you're gonna do is there's this rock right here. You're gonna stand on top of the rock, do a high jump combo. So lift, heavy, jump, heavy, SD, heavy, dash, and it will give you enough height to get over this invisible wall.
Damn it!
2B, displaying data
Just
on
like that.
wiring hub.
And now you don't need to waste like the 3 minutes it would take to kill that.
Careful. The skies are
Kill
packed with
that
anti-air weapons.
Engels.
Make sure to approach at low
No, it's not
altitude.
Engels.
Copy that.
Yeah, it is Engels. This lets us get in this fight unit early, and just completely ignore this. So, once you hit this route, you're going to use a range attack, the one you got earlier. And then you're going to... You're gonna basically line yourself up with his knee, and then do 2 pod programs. This is gonna one-shot him. And that's cool.
Yorha, this is your commander.
Alright, so
For
next
the
we're gonna do
first time in
negotiations.
centuries, we've intercepted a signal belonging to the aliens. These are the creatures that are in direct command of the machine life forms on this planet. If we can destroy them, we can end this long and arduous war once and for all. Our intel team is hard at work attempting to...
But it seems to be underground.
So that's actually really important. You want to make sure that you cut off that commander dialogue. What this does, this gives you what we call escape glitch. If you've noticed, every time somebody calls us, there's like a bring bring, and then they start talking. For whatever reason, if you cut this commander dialogue short, you'll no longer get the bring bring. People will just start immediately talking to you. One of the important things with this is if you get past this point in the run, if you're going to reset, you have, if you want to do another run, you have to make sure to close your game and launch a new instance, because this will persist through saves. Yeah. So if you get to this point in a run and you're going to do another run after you reset, or just after you just want to do another run, you have to remember to relaunch your game.
Like way underground.
Besides that,
Guess we'll see once
we're just
we
gonna
get there.
run.
If we're lucky.
You're not much for plans, are you, 2B?
Just run to negotiations. Go meet up with the aliens. Dash swing, spear dash if you want, doesn't matter.
Look at all these dead machines. Seems like they've been here for a long time.
What is this place?
Make sure you
There's nothing like it.
dash into this trigger. Skip the cutscene, and then you want to make sure not to
You.
attack
Look out!
until you see their health bar appear. Because all this will do will add more dialogue.
Centuries ago, by us, the machines.
Wiped out.
So what I'll do,
Perhaps
I'll
we'll wipe out the
taunt like
androids
here.
next. Machines are weapons capable of evolution. We can grow.
And
We
then
can
just
become
damage.
aware. Eventually, the intelligence within our network began to surpass that of our creators. You'd probably be surprised at how quickly it happened.
You destroyed your own creators?
Oh, there's no need to fret about them. They were simple, infantile, almost like plants, I guess you'd say. They held no value to us, but the humans on the moon...
Alright, after you kill him once, you'll get at least 1 level up. After that happens, or I guess basically from the second that a negotiation starts, it's on a timer. So all the dialogue's going to play out, and then it's just going to end. Game actually doesn't care if you kill Adam or Eve, or if you kill them multiple times. It's just you kill them once, you're going to get the experience from it, and then you're going to do... you have nothing better to do, so we're going to do this escape, basically. Yeah. So to do the escape, we're going to run to the corner, we're going to wait for him to attack us. We're going to get an evade lift, and then we can do a normal lift and normal high jump movement.
Interesting.
So
Why them?
Because they are an enigma. They killed uncountable numbers of their own kind, and yet loved in equal measure. It's fascinating, don't you think?
So we get
What
past that
could
wall.
possibly drive such
I
behavior?
use the minimap to line this up.
We have dedicated ourselves to unraveling this riddle of humanity. And now we will allow you
And now
to
you
assist
can
us.
run out.
You were
So
made in their
you do
image
this for
after
two
all.
reasons.
Assist you with
One,
what?
It's simple.
it gets
We
you more
need to
XP,
locate the humans on the
because you
moon
can just
and
kill
bring
these
them to
dudes.
us. We will then dissect and analyze them in order to drag
Two,
their secrets
it lets you
forth
grab
into
this
the
chest.
light. Surely you see the attraction in this.
Are you insane? We'd never do that! Can you believe this, 2B? This guy's bonkers.
Well, I suppose this concludes negotiations. The only remaining option is to destroy you. The same way we destroyed these pathetic little aliens.
When doing, all right, important point to make. When doing this, make sure you do not leave this room right here. If you do, when when the cutscene ends, you'll get warped back to where you were just fighting with Adam and Eve. And if you move outside this cave, the floor won't be loaded, and you'll kind of basically just be fucked in softwall, falling forever. So, kill everybody else. Try to kill everybody else up until this point in the cave, and then just chill out.
Yeah.
And 3 of why we do this is it makes the return movement a lot better.
This way again?
Because you don't need to worry about
Stop complaining.
locking on to any of the enemies because you kill.
2B, this is Operator 60. We now have an operational transporter in the city ruins. We're attempting to deploy them at other points as well.
About time we had access to those.
Care to fill me in?
Transporters?
All right. Next thing we're gonna do. Ninus is talking. We want to get in this transporter. We can cut Ninus off by touching this ladder.
Transfer your consciousness to a temporary box.
Up next.
So we do that. Jackass starts talking. Match through that dialogue. Match through the dialogues right after that. Go to the transporter and work to the bunker.
That concludes our report on the events surrounding the alien wreckage. Then they were dead this whole time.
The Council of Humanity needs time to formulate a plan. Until then, this information must be kept confidential. Speak of it to no one.
Of course. Your next mission is to gather additional intel on the individual known as Pascal.
You mean that freaky machine we ran into?
This order comes directly from the Council. Knowledge of such unique individuals is essential for the success of future missions.
All right, match through this. You can know it's done when she said understood. And then we're going to do another partner dialogue cancel. You can do lift movement up here, or you can just write it up. I mean, I do lift movement. And then there's basically this box. I'll say it's like here. Where Ninus wants to talk, or I think Ninus wants to talk to us. So you can either dash all the way to this wall and then try to walk forward, but I find Ninus likes to try to body block you. So I'll do my high movement and then do a dash, which will put me a little bit farther forward. And then you'll start a dialogue and start walking forward. And that cancels the dialogue.
Why don't we rest a little bit, 2B? It's been a while.
I'll rest if I feel like it.
From here, you're going to transport back to Pascal's village. Excuse me. Talk to Pascal.
We
Choose choose this option. These two don't matter. It's only this option that matters.
forest. Where is?
So that's what's going to update our quests. And now we want to go to the forest. But first we're going to do our buys. So sell any smalls you have left over. And then you want to look and see if you have VC3. So the chest that we grabbed when we escaped negotiations was also helping us with our odds for getting VC3. For VC3, I think you need 4 plates. Is it 3 wires and 4 cables? I might have it. I usually look for just having 4, but we'll see what it actually is. Sell your machine cores, and then sell everything under mini map. Just buy max medium recoveries, 21 offensive larges, woo, and 11 defensive. I fat fingered. And then if you think you have VC3, talk to this guy. Oh, I do. So it's 4332. Okay. So the 3 titanium alloys are what we get from that chest when you're going out of negotiations. So you, I think, will always have the alloy and the amber. The dented plates and the severed cables depend on your RNG during Atom Pit. In this case, we got lucky. VC3 is pretty fucking good. It gives you more attack speed and it gives you more damage, so it makes movement faster. And it makes combat faster. It's really dope. So then we're going to equip what we just got, or we're going to do chip equips, excuse me. So skills down 2, and then we're going to equip resilience. If we got a good offensive chip from here, like if the Bovor chip was like a weapon attack up or a ranged attack up, you'd put that on, and then you will just fill space. Priority is weapon attack up, range attack up, crit shockwave. I don't like having shockwave at all, personally. So just cram as many crits as you have space for. And that should be that menuing. Next we're gonna do mom skip. This saves like 7 seconds. It's one of those things where there's like no reason not to go for it because it's on your way anyway. Basically, there's yeah, you can see him. There's Mother Son robot down here. If you get too close to him, you'll trigger some dialogue. Yeah, like I said, it's 7 seconds. So I went for a plunge instead of a hold, so I was barely not high enough, I think, and I got this cutscene.
What was all that about?
But
No idea.
There's a couple different ways to do it. I like doing a dash swing off of here. That didn't feel right at all. That's like my super guaranteed way to do it for me personally, but there's a lot better ways to do it. I don't know if we have them linked in resources, but watch good runners like Aliark, Blue Metal MA to see how they do that. I believe Japanese runner Chien will do a spear dash off of here. I don't like spear dashing here because auto lock on messes me up a lot. Will lock me onto these enemies, but yeah, this wouldn't have worked. So I like doing a dash swing off. I feel like I think the third way to do it is you can just literally just run off and do it instead of doing a dash swing. But I'm always scared about not having enough vertical height. I need to... Ooh. That probably would have worked. But there's a couple different ways to do it. It's fine. If you mess it up, it's not that big of a deal. It's fine. Next, we're going to go to...
What?
When do you think you'll be willing to call me Nines?
Do
9S works just
4
well.
robots.
Well, yeah, but...
Aliark does some different movement.
Man, this
This
job can be
is
pretty
what I
rough
like to do.
sometimes, huh?
We don't get to choose our assignments, and you should work on keeping your opinions in check. Yorha aren't allowed to be emotional, remember?
I think some of us are better at that than others. This must be the commercial structure Pascal was talking about. The records say it was once a facility known as a shopping
So we're going to hit this trigger for dialogue.
Nope.
And then we're going to do another partner dialogue cancel. The trigger's like... I think the trigger's right here. I basically try to just get to the rock, like this rock, and then I'll talk and hold. This partner dialogue cancels like 10 seconds. And then we're gonna buff and do a melee defense. There's gonna be 4 robots that drop from the sky, which is why we call it 4 robots. For the first one, taunt DG, no slow-mo. Second one, taunt DG, no slow-mo. Third one, DDG, taunt, slow-mo.
Who the heck is the Forest King?
You're getting distracted.
Well, what do you expect? Check this guy.
Lock on was weird,
He's just
but
running
that's
away.
fine. Once you take out their HP threshold, you'll get that 9S dialogue. Like, look, he's trying to get away. Just keep pod firing and dash swinging at him, and he'll blow up. 2 cutscenes, and then more movement into another cutscene.
Looks like the forest is just ahead.
Yep. Some more movements. 5 spear dashes. And then dash swings. Because auto lock-on's rude.
Here they come. Better keep your guard up.
I'm aware of how to fight.
Once I hit this
You just
water,
be careful.
I'll start spear dashing
I will
again.
to be.
High jump.
What is with these guys?
Don't listen to what they're saying, 2B.
Alright, and then from here, you're going to try to basically jump from this rock to where you see the bridge is cracked. Yup. If you're afraid of going off, you can cancel your plunge with an S, just like touching SD. Hold on. Like that, basically. You can cancel your plunge with an SD and a pod spin. And that will give you enough to at least grab the ledge. But, yeah, you should be aiming for the crack, basically. High jump movement. Just movement. And then here we have, have a trick called Rainbow Road. It's weird. It'll be interesting to get down, but it's really not that hard. It's just having to know what inputs you're doing. Okay, so I'll get up here. You want to get up here, and you want to be holding A. You want to be holding your jump button. This makes it so that the second that we go off of a platform, we'll be pod gliding. So what I'm aiming for is I'm aiming right there at the corner. I'm going to do a dash swing off of here, and then a series of heavy jump, heavy dash with pod spins in between. And this will give me enough height. Or, well, there's this thing called pod vectoring, I guess I should say. There's pod spin vectoring, which is basically if you're at a 45-degree angle, you will move farther than if not. So if I vector these correctly, this will work this time. If you want to play it safe, you can throw in an SD heavy at the end. Oops. But yes, as long as you land basically above where the seam is, you're good. There's a way more detailed video for it in resources, but this is basically how I typically do it. And then I'll put you here in front of the castle. Saves like 15 seconds. It's pretty good stuff. Yeah. So next, we're going to ignore the castle. Castle sucks. Instead, we're going to clip out of bounds again. There's a couple different ways to do this clip. You can pod launch if you want. I'm not sure what the angle is, but you can pod launch, you can heavy holds. Or what I think is, you can spear light. It's another way. So if you jump and do 3 spear lights, that's another really good way to clip. Or you can actually just spear dash through this one. So I like to do the spear dash one because you're doing it in movement anyway. So all I really do is I'll be spear dashing the whole way over here. And then I'll just start from holding straight on, and then I'll slowly move my left stick over to the left, and then I'll clip out. That's the only thing that can sometimes happen is clipping through the tree, but you're gonna clip out. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, so that was weird. Okay. Try and get back to where I was. There we go. Cool. Yep. So clip through here, keep going straight until I'd say basically you go through the first invisible wall. Then you want to double jump or lift because you want to end up on here. As you saw, like the floor right here doesn't exist, so you'll just fall. Instead, you want to get up on top of this little ledge. You want to basically go straight until you get right past this wall, and then you can turn in, and you want to be aiming for this like second set of windows, basically. So for all of these windows, except the very top, you can't actually go back in the castle. So the movement's not terribly it's not really that, nothing to be that nervous about. Lift, heavy jump, or whatever works. This is the exception. Once you get to the top window, it is possible to clip back inbounds. So you want to be sure to just, you know, touch the edge of the window, so like you're doing with all the rest of them. Get up here, and then there's these stairs you're going toward, so same movement you did all the way, and then you get on the stairs. There's one enemy at the transporter, so you're gonna movement forward to the transporter, kill him, and now you hit the last required trigger, so you're gonna go to the throne room. There's a trigger like right past this little light spot, which will make you walk all the way to the throne. So you'll... That was... ate my dash. Why is it eating my dash? I didn't do it right, but it's whatever. You'll try to do a pod launch so that you get as close to the Forest King as possible.
2B, that's an android.
So here we have a really crappy fight.
Alert. This unit is currently wanted by Yorha. Annihilation.
I'm gonna taunt.
Annihilation? But why?
As soon as TV starts talking.
2B?
As soon as she stops, you can move forward. I'll lock on and then buff. And she's not gonna move until...
Bunker to 2B and not...
She's not gonna move until you do something to actually aggro her. So for this fight, it's really important that you don't pod fire right at the start. I just do like my dash buff, and then I will start DDGing her like crazy.
We've picked up a signal from the black box of a fugitive known as A2.
And you want her to run away as few times as possible, but it's really random.
She deserted us. She's destroyed multiple pursuit androids.
Because humanoid body types like her,
Let's go after her.
Humanoid body types like her are so thin that the spacing for the DDG, or like the spacing for the DG, is really, really, really weird. And it's dependent on if they get staggered and knocked back, if they're aggroed forward into you, or whatever. So it's just throw swords, pray. All right. So the dialogue cancel I talked about for 4 robots is like 10 seconds. The Rainbow Road, the weird aerial movement, that saves 20 seconds. The out of bounds outside the castle saves 40 seconds. And then this is the last thing that we're going to do here, which saves about 50 seconds. So if you try to run forward here, it's going to yell at you. It's gonna, there's like an invisible trigger that won't let you move forward. So what you can do is you can do a high jump and a plunge past this trigger. So even though we get the dialogue, it's not locking us from progressing anymore. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna get like to where this archway is, and then you're gonna start slow-mowing and refresh that like 2 or 3 times as you're on your way to interact with the transporter. So yeah, if you don't, it will be locked like this. Well, they're freaking out, but it'll be locked like this, and you'll have to just come out here, jump off the bridge really quickly, get back on, and then you can interact with the transporter. So that saves like 50 seconds. So here we're going to talk to Pascal, and then we're going to warp to res camp.
It'll be faster if you... I see.
Let's stay sharp and head back to the resistance camp. We should run a check on our consciousness data and resupply.
I'm going to get some water.
NieR, why did you ask Pascal about A2?
Huh?
It's not recommended to interface with machines without consulting command.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Though I suppose such intense curiosity can be admirable, in its own way.
Thanks, 2B.
Still, machines are the enemy. Don't forget it.
Operator 60 to 2B. It is time for your regularly scheduled contact.
This is 2B. Nothing to report.
Listen, 2B. I was looking at images of flowers today and...
Flowers?
Yeah. There wasn't much left in the bunker's records, but I found one called a lunar tear. I bet you'd look really nice if you put one of those in your hair, 2B. It'd suit your stylish looks.
Don't eat it.
Aw, don't be a stick in the mud. What kind of girl doesn't want to look good sometimes? I'll let you know if I find anything else cute, okay?
I don't need to hear about...
Operator 60 out.
And some tea for my throat, because I'm talking a lot. Okay, so normally you'll get, as soon as you get out of the transporter, you'll get that dialogue. So you want to run around to this jukebox area and just kind of like swipe it like that. So that'll cancel the dialogue, and then you'll have NieR. Once you get out, NieR will have his dialogue of like, thanks to the don't mention it, machine's enemy, and then you'll be able to talk to Anemone. So talk to Anemone, and then this clip kind of sucks. I don't like it, but it's very good. So all you have to do with this clip is you have to hold forward. You have to jump on this box and hold forward. That's it. I don't like it, but that's all you have to do. Then once you get here, you just dash through the fence. So this collision doesn't exist. This ground doesn't exist right here. So dash here. You can cut this corner. This collision exists. And then you don't want to go here because it'll mess with your camera, and if you come too far, you come too close to it, it'll push you in bounds and you'll be in there. So I'll come around this corner and then basically go straight through this alleyway. And here we're gonna do a double plunge. So if you dash off of the ground into the air, you can do a plunge and then do another dash and another plunge. So that's what we're gonna do here, because we're going to be, let's see. Okay, here we go. So there's this transporter right here, and there's a building right here that's not loaded and you can't see yet. What we're gonna do is oh, and there's also a hill. So we're gonna dash, we're trying to plunge under the hill, not clipping back in bounds. Do a double plunge, get underneath a building, and then hit a trigger over here. So kind of my not lineup is I come here and I get like here, and this is like a 30-degree angle, I guess. But I'll do this again, but I'll just plunge out here. So as you can see, this is the like hill I'm talking about. It's really important that you're not so angled that you go over there, because you can clip in bounds. Yeah, and you don't want to like angle really far out, because then it's really hard to angle your second plunge to get you to that building where you want to be. So yeah, I come to where this wall changes colors, and then I start a pod spin, heavy, SD heavy, jump, and then that will get you the trigger. The trigger is the discovery cutscene. Then once you warp back up here, there's kind of two ways to do this. I do just the one that's closer to me. So kind of the same thing here. Like a little bit of this ground exists, but not a lot of it. So I'll dash off and do another double plunge. But this one, whenever you're gonna hit water, which is going to drown you, and it's not going to void you out. The reason that we do the plunge down here, it voids us out, which will put us back where we were last on ground. This one will drown us, which means that it's going to put us where its predetermined position is for its predetermined respawn point for anybody in like a huge area around the water. So yeah, so this one's grabbing a trigger, and then this one is drowning. So plunge, plunge. Do we touch water?
Let's take him
And
out
it puts
already
us
so I can
here.
be home in time for dinner and a bath.
So that saves, let's see. It saves about a minute. Doing those two drowns. They're not terribly hard. Even if you mess them up, you still get time save. It's just the difference between, do you get 30 seconds of time save or 55 seconds of time save? So, yeah. All right, so for this fight, as soon as I can, I'll shortcut menu, buff. There's a dick chicken, I don't know what it's actually called, and 2 medium bipeds with shields. So we're gonna do, I think, like taunt and throw 2 DGs at the dick chicken, and then do a dash swing, taunt, and a single DG to kill the medium
Androids
bipeds.
don't need to bathe. As long as you perform regular cleaning and maintenance,
That
bathing
attack is scary.
unnecessary.
Yeah, but come on, 2B. It still feels good.
That was really interesting. Okay, so then a spinny boy is going to spawn in. What you do with the spinny boy is you do a lift, jump, spear, light, 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 heavy plunge while mashing taunt, and that should kill him. Not that. Alright, I astronomically messed this up, so I will do this again. If you start hitting him soon enough, he won't aggro. His AI will be broken and he'll just stand there. Let me grab practice save real quick. Let's make sure I do this correctly. T, I went to drink you. All right. Where is this? Whatever. As you can see, I just dipped my toe a little bit inside that building and it doesn't have any floor. Okay, so I already hit this trigger, I guess. That was weird. What the hell? That's a not very good practice save. Let me steal. I don't have a good save. No, dude. Let me see what this puts me. Oh, it's still way too hot. All right, perfect.
All right, it's so it's dead and of plenty.
Let's take him out already so I can be home in time for dinner and a bath.
Androids don't
Last one.
need to bathe. As long as you perform regular cleaning and maintenance, bathing is unnecessary.
Yeah, but come on, 2B. It still feels good. I think that's the last of the machines.
Yeah, so knock their shields off, kill them, then you want to come back and touch this building. This cuts out a pretty hefty portion of commander dialogue. Yeah, and it allows us to just immediately go into Grun. I'm going to be entirely selfish here. I don't want to do Grun right now. So I will... do stuff post-Grun. Grun TLDR is kill stuff as it spawns. Figure out where the spawn points are, kill it where it spawns, and what's it called? When you're killing the cores, it's 5 light attacks. Well buffed. So, what we're going to do here, we're going to do, this is after you, I'll run over, I need to show these drown warps. This is right after Grun happens. So this is when you're being told to go find 9S. So these guys won't be here. The really important thing is you'll be over here, and you'll cutscene cancel. You'll cancel the cutscene, and then as soon as you get control, you want to dash pod spin, delayed plunge. I didn't do it right because my dash got eaten. My dash got eaten again. Weird. Okay, no. This will drown warp you here. As you can see, it's pretty far. You'll do whatever movement you need to. So if you have VC2 or you're not confident in your movement, do another drown warp right here, where you're basically jumping past the corner of that building, and then you're good to go. Those 2 drown warps save like 7 seconds, and they're super free. So now I'm going to show off Copied City clip. This saves like 20 seconds. And this is one of the big reasons why we have Spear. Spear makes this clip really free. Okay, so to get this clip completely consistent, I like to use mouse and keyboard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to line up the corner of this with like this little greater than sign, if you see it. So I'm going to put the corner of this there, and then I'll just show. Yep. Then I'll do a spear jump light, and that will clip me out. Once I clip out, the elevator that takes you up into Copied City is like down into the left. So I'm gonna clip out and then do a plunge down into the left. So I guess it would look kind of like this. Coming around here. Another really cool perk of SD, holding SD while out of bounds will like gravity suck you inbounds. So I'll plunge around where I want to be, which is here, and then I'll start holding SD because I'll still keep my same trajectory and momentum, and it will force me to be inbounds right in front of this elevator. So this saves like 20 seconds. Grab this elevator, Copied City, go up in it. And then as soon as this elevator opens, basically just do a dash swing straight out. And that'll give you this cutscene. So from here we're gonna go up with Adam again. Just, you know, do whatever movement gets you there.
What's with the corpses?
Make sure to the cutscene trigger, I'd say, is like here. So just make sure you dash into it or are doing movement into it. All right, this is called mansplaining. It's another keyboard mouse lineup because it's free. So what we're gonna do, there's the corner of this cube right here. Let's see if I can do.
Have a keen interest.
So right here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna line up the edge of this with this second like window pane, and then I'm gonna double jump and do spear lights while holding W.
Humanity, love, family, religion.
There we go.
The more human records I
and then you want to, you saw where I jumped, but basically like when you're really close to the wall, if you're like falling in between a gap like that and you're next to a wall, it'll just force you out of bounds. So out of bounds and do a little bit of movement till like here on the mini map, because this will make sure that you're past the barrier that we're getting by.
I created out of a desire
and we're gonna go down and talk to the elevator.
Humans. It's grand, don't you think? Almost spiritual. And yet it's currently nothing more than an android graveyard. I seek to learn and adopt all
So just stand at the front of this.
Some desired love, others family.
Normally, if you do this fast, the elevator will be already here. What I do is normally once the dialogue others family fades out, I'll just say 1000 and then well, actually that's for a different skip. Never mind. So wait till it opens. Once this dialogue starts, you want to shoot a laser, which will put 2B's foot forward and will cancel the dialogue. You should be here before. Make sure you don't do this before he says only family or whatever the line is, because then you will still get this dialogue and it'll be like 40 seconds.
Did I realize the truth?
Proposal.
But shoot a laser, I get this pod dialogue, and then it will just cut out the dialogue short and saves like 40 seconds. It's really big. Even if you don't get there super fast, you still save time. And you won't have to worry about trying to run away from him while he's hitting you, shooting at you. Yeah. So this fight, we only throw two DGs basically.
Let us embrace death.
If you want to be fancy, you can buff. You can buff right before this cutscene starts, or you can buff right after. It doesn't super matter, but just
I don't have time for
once the dialogue starts, stop damaging. Because he's already hit his threshold and it doesn't matter anymore. Once it starts laughing again is when I'll start pod firing, and that'll transition to phase 2. Phase 2 is just like throw 4 DGs and he should die, and you hope he doesn't do a mean attack. Like this one, that's a mean attack. But like I said, he should die in like 4 DGs, and then dash swing into the 9S trigger. Alright, just mash as soon as you...
What? No. Oh, come on.
Yeah, just mash. And you want to be sure not to go backwards or to go too far forward. What we're going to do is we're going to jump and talk to this computer girl. Like this. There's basically a really big... There's a really big trigger box around here that will start this call with the commander that takes like 30 seconds of your time. So if you activate this dialogue, it's not a partner dialogue cancel, but it's still a dialogue cancel, and you'll notice the commander does not call. So now all we have to do is go to our inbox, and we have the mail that the commander says she's going to send us. All right, from here on, it's just
analyze current trends
movement to get to the factory.
This is going to involve a lot of killing.
This is optimal.
Procure information from the machine life form known as Pascal.
I suppose he might know something. Pascal, can you hear me?
Oh, hello, 2B. Do you need something?
I need to know if you've seen any new trends or behaviors among the machines.
New trends? Well, 2 days ago I was contacted by some machines that disconnected themselves from the network. They wanted to discuss a peace treaty.
No kidding.
Apparently, they're seeking to form an alliance of some kind with our village.
If that's what they want,
here, you can, if you dash off of the girdle, whatever it's called, right underneath this, they'll dash, do a double jump, and then plunge over the wall, and it gives you a really good straight beeline.
I believe they're working on building a colony of their own.
And a pod spin, I forgot about that.
Indeed. Apparently,
Gives you a really good beeline. Instead of like running down the overpass.
Planning to go speak with them myself, you know. Maybe we can meet up over there?
Sounds good.
Target location data obtained. Marking on map.
Once you get here, smash, and you're running forward towards the door. Or walking very slowly forward towards the door.
Can be rather unpredictable.
Even you?
In truth, yes. Now that we're cut off from the network, we no longer share data with each other.
The voice line when you get control is true intentions.
Many ways to hide one's true intentions.
After you hear true intentions, that's when you get control back and you can start dashing or start sphere dashing.
You enter the domain of God.
Talk to Robot Dude. You have to wait for him to get to this elevator. So a lot of people are just lewd and SD to take off 2B's clothes here. Because you have like the recoveries too. Like you're not going to go through 99 recoveries. So it's fine. All right, so here we're gonna run in and partner dialogue with Pascal. This cuts like 7 seconds of dialogue while the elevator's starting. And basically as soon as you see like one of like the first or second one of these lines go by, you can cancel it. Because that means the dialogue's already gone by. Alright, dash through here. Go talk to Lufkin Guard. And then we're gonna get into technical part of the run with Factory.
My name is Pascal. I'm here to discuss the peace treaty.
Okay, so this is going to save like basically 20 seconds. It's definitely worth it. The way that this next room works is the elevator on the other side will not unlock until you kill enough enemies in the room. The exception to that being if you clip out of bounds and void out, after you're far enough away from enemies, they will all despawn. And the game will count that as you having defeated enough enemies, basically. So this is... You get 2 to 3 tries with this trick if you slow-mo. With this clip, I mean. I don't think it's a super hard clip with Spear, but, you know, play around with it for yourself. If I went to if I want to be really consistent, sometimes I will put my mouse in the middle of my screen like this because this gives me a better lineup. So I'll show where I aim.
This is shady. Fascinating, though. I have never seen machines with such
I'll do it after I come back up, actually.
I wonder if there's a way to collect.
Let's talk.
But yep, we void out. This immediately turns on this elevator.
The other side of the room just opened. Let's check it out.
Success.
Don't do anything to...
For the clip in this room, there's like 3 ways to do it, I guess. I will show you the best one. So the best way to do this clip, you basically wait till 9S dies so you don't auto lock on. Stand about here so that your head will not get bonked. And then your high jump movement is a little bit different. Instead of doing lift, heavy, jump, heavy, plunge, you're gonna do lift, heavy, SD, heavy, jump, and then 3 spear lights. Kind of aiming here, and this should clip you out. So I didn't have enough height, so that's why that one didn't work. So that clips you out and you void out here. The reason you void out in this room is kind of the same reason. Normally this elevator will be locked, but because we void out, it allows us to interact with the elevator again. So now that we've done 9S room, all the enemies are gone from here, which is why I wanted to do this really. So spawn here, just slow-mo and dash and refresh. Basically how I aim is like this, where I want the middle of my screen to be in the middle of this girdle, and then I'll jump light. and then after I jump light, I'll plunge. So like, it's like that. Then when you have to call, because you're calling the elevator, it won't instantly open, which is why I just do like the little small circle, because I don't want all the stubbies blocking the elevator so that Pascal has a hard time getting in it. For 9S room, like I said, stand right here. I don't like this clip. So this is the way I'd recommend and the easiest way to do it. The second way is with a pod launch, but if you mess it up, it sucks more. The third way is kind of the old school way, which is getting up on top of this pipe and then doing a heavy hold. But you should really never be doing heavy holds because you have spear. So I definitely say that for this clip. Let me get up on this pipe real quick. What you're kind of trying to do is you're trying to aim like slightly to the side of the pipe, so you're clipping out. So I guess you're aiming like here. And that's how you're trying to do your spear lights to clip out. I think that was a little bit too far to the left. Yeah. And the aim's a little bit farther to the right. You can plunge, or you can just like pump SD. It doesn't really matter. It's just getting the void out itself quickly. All right. So now I get into Factory V1 and V2. What we're gonna do first is we're gonna clip out and get up onto this kind of ceiling. My secret for this is doing a delayed plunge. I think with a delayed plunge, this pipe kind of helps push you out of bounds. So instead of doing like, I mean, that worked, so that sounds dumb, but I think like trying to do the plunge from a little bit lower, like not trying to get maximum height and then do this. Yeah, because then I didn't clip in. Instead, trying to get like just enough height to get like on the other side of this pipe, and then doing a plunge and using this pipe to help guide you out of bounds is the best way to do this clip. So, clip itself is bad but not terrible. One thing to be aware of out here is the terrain sucks. So like if you take a step forward here, you're infifalling. You can get out of this by doing a pod spin. If you can, or if you just wait, it will do a void out and put you back on the last surface you were on. So the reason we're up here is because there's Factory has a bunch of required triggers. So, well, mainly 2 required triggers. One of them being 9S room, and then the other one being the plunge we're about to do. So there's kind of 2 versions of this. There's like Factory V1 and Factory V2 is basically what we just call them. With Factory V1, you save 1:15, and with V2 you save an additional 35 seconds. So the difference between V1 and V2 is this next trigger you're going to hit. If you do V1, that means you just do this plunge, and then you touch the ground, and then you still have to run through a little bit of Factory. With V2, what you're going to do is you're going to do this plunge and then try to make it so that you void out as soon as you touch the trigger, which will then warp you back up here. So I'm going to try to show V2, because it'll show V1 if I mess up.
The door's open. Keep
Yep,
moving.
so I messed up.
All right.
So the way you try to void out is just by grabbing onto your pod, basically. And the trigger is like only right here. So I messed up and I grabbed like right here instead of right here, which means that I touched the ground. So this is factory V1. For factory V2, I'm gonna load a save. So I can show this again the correct way, or the V2 way. If you do this and you get version 1, all that you do is you're gonna go up the factory the normal way you would. With the big thing to watch out being not dying to a crusher. So you can. So one of the ways like help not die to a crusher is you can come up here, and then this will give you enough height to get up on top of here and not fall down like I did. Yeah. Let's see. When you do V2, you end up right here. So you really only lose out on this little bit of movement, but let me show you V2. What you should be going for, which is, like I said, only slightly different. Oh, this tea is so delicious.
Hello. My name is Pascal. I'm here to discuss the peace treaty.
Damn it.
I was right. This is shady. Fascinating, though. I've never seen machines with such unique perspectives. I wonder if there's a way to collect...
Less talk, more running.
Tubi, the door on the other side of the room just opened. Let's check it out.
Pascal! This can happen too, where Pascal just doesn't want to get in the elevator. It's unfortunate, it happens. Not a lot you can do. Just try to clear a way for Pascal to get in.
Whoa! To me!
Appreciate.
The door's open.
So like
Keep
this.
moving.
So I touched the trigger and then I voided out. And now I'm up here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to follow along here. And we're going to do another double plunge. So hold SD to get... That's never happened. That was interesting. I'm holding too far to the left. I hate this clip. Why is this not good? There we go. If you end up here, you soft lock. So that's unfortunate. Maybe I shouldn't be tapping SD. These are the pitfalls of Factory V2. I was filled with serenity.
Hello. My name is Pascal. I'm here to discuss the peace treaty.
Damn it!
I was right. This is shady. Fascinating, though. I've never seen machines with such unique perspectives. I wonder if there's a way to collect...
Less talk, more running.
2B, the door on the other side of the room just opened. Let's check it out.
Pascal. Pascal sucks, by the way. We don't like Pascal.
Appreciate it.
All my homies hate Pascal.
The door's open. Keep moving.
All right.
If that happens where you don't get both your plunges, just let it void you out. Alright, so you should land here. And then you just keep going forward.
Exit route secured.
Thanks.
Touch the elevator. And that is how you do Factory V2. So like I said, if you get V2 with the void out, it's a minute 50 time save. If you just get the first one where you don't get the void out when you touch the trigger, it's still a minute 15 time save. So it is good. Okay. Now we have, this is the beginning of what I call the boss rush for this game. There's a cool little thing you can do here just to not be bored or to not have to run around. If you do that movement, it's not a high jump. You don't want to be getting a ton of height because you'll go over this. But if you get high enough,
Physical defense shield detected.
You'll be able to just hold on to your pod and float for the full duration of this dialogue.
Energy supply detected within this factory. Proposal: energy source should be destroyed.
9S, that Goliath we just encountered.
I got it. I've been keeping an eye on you. I'm gonna shut off power to the factory now.
Do it.
Factory system at 80% control. Hang in there, 2B. 90%.
So once he says 98, I'm gonna do 5 aerial heavies.
95. 98.
Oh, that instantly. Whatever, that's fine. Just buff. And get around him.
I just shut
And
down the
then
electrical grid.
Enemy shield
damage.
deactivated.
Once you feel like you've hit, like, I don't know, I'll say like a tenth of, not a tenth. Once he's down to like a sixth of his health, if you're slow-mowing, stop slow-mowing, because he's going to do the whole thing where he like sheds off all of his legs and then goes into a ball. If you slow-mo that, you're just losing time for no reason. So, touch the elevator. Oh, I'm hungry. And then we're gonna do something we did a lot earlier, way back in Prologue. Oops. Alright, so you can jump over this fence, and we're gonna do this clip out again. The only difference is you can, I believe, do a pod launch to clip in there. The issue is I don't want to accidentally do a pod launch where I'm locking onto one of these guys. So I tend to just get up here and I'll do a double jump and a spear light. It's probably smarter if I did. Huh. It probably is better if you only do one, actually. So I like to clip out with a spear light, but I think it's probably fine if you try to do this with the pod launch. But we're just doing, you know, the same movement we did at the beginning of the game. The only difference is here, we are going to take a different plunge angle because we don't have to hit a mandatory trigger. There's going to be like a tower going up with 4 girdles, and we're going to try to aim in the middle of those. So dash, jump, jump. So we can plunge all the way over here because in Prologue there's a trigger you need that's like here-ish or something. But that doesn't exist, so plunge. Grab this cutscene where somebody's crying. Do movement back to the res camp.
Wow, that was certainly something. I had no idea such a vast space existed.
Say hi to Game Commander.
Factory. I need to return and investigate as soon as possible. When I do, perhaps you'd be willing to join me?
No thanks.
I gotta wait for the race.
I'm heading back to the Resistance camp. What about you?
Oh, I'll probably wander back to the village. I have plenty on my plate there.
I see.
This is the Resistance camp.
Alright.
Say again? I'm not
Sorry
receiving.
about that.
Scanning for interference.
The machine requesting him backup. Forces in range. Please, we can...
Let's move.
So now we're properly in the boss rush portion of the game. I like to look up for this bridge jump because I don't like auto lock on it at all. It worries me. So that tends to prevent
Why are
auto
the
lock
numbers
on from
increasing like this?
killing me,
Cause unknown.
or from
Try contacting the bunker via
being a
laser
pain in the
relay
ass.
system.
Affirmative.
Same with my camera angle I do here. Alright, so we're gonna get a cutscene. We're gonna run forward into the alleyway, and then we're just gonna throw a ton of DGs, do a ton of DDG, but not with slow-mo, because this is gonna mostly
You
be
okay? They can reach. Good luck.
this is mostly going to be waiting for enemies to explode. And if you slow-mo, that's going to make that slower. So I just... like right here, we're just waiting for this guy to explode, so... So kill all of them, run back, talk to an enemy for a brief second. So this is actually a skippable cutscene, which is strange. But right after the dialogue finishes, skip this cutscene. And then come down to Ball Boy. So I like to wait to shortcut until as soon as I hit the water, because I know that I'm going to take the damage from the water. Depending on what type of an attack he does, you're either going to slow-mo DDG or you're just going to DDG. Yeah. So I like this attack, so I won't slow-mo, because I think I can melt him. Yeah, he just melts.
This is never going to end.
You want to be sure you're behind him, because if you're behind him, he'll, if you hit him in the butt, he'll immediately transition instead of potentially doing like a jump.
You okay?
I'm fine.
And then
Let's take this bastard.
then we do an SD because it's the same reason as like Atom Pit. After that cutscene, we're gonna be in full control anyway, so we might as well kill all those small stubbies and get a little bit of extra XP. So this is Core 1. Core 1's interesting because if you kill... well, I won't bother with that. Bring Core 1 over here. Because the core is at like a higher elevation, it can be hard to hit with just normal DGs down there. So if you bring it up the hill, you'll be throwing your DGs like more straightforward at it, but just hit it till it dies, and then wait for the next cutscene. Okay, now we're gonna go do Core 2. Which means we're going to Pascal's village. Fence, I guess I should say. It's not actually a village with a fence.
What do we do? There's too many.
2B? 2B, can you hear me? Our village is under...
Pascal? Come in, Pascal!
Shit!
Damn it!
Buff, taunt, DG.
Here too!
9S! It seems the machines on the network have gone berserk. They sealed off the entrance to the village and are trying to hold them off, but with these weapons,
Okay,
there's only so much we can do.
Let's take these guys out.
I try to lock on and wait till the Core 2 heads around here, like is around me on this side, and then I think in A, I like to do 6 DGs, because as soon as you see Core 2 explode, you're going to try to talk to 9S, because that'll cut down like 5 to 7 seconds of dialogue. So Didn't get it, so it's fine. Core dropping that far away is not fine. One tick. But as you saw, I did get the dialogue cancel. The difference is if you don't get it, you'll get this talk about like, oh, the machines have lost control on the network. Why is that?
Bombarding the area with forced connections.
Or maybe it's Pascal pleading. I don't know. There's some dialogue that happens. If you get the partner dialogue cancel, as soon as you get down here, all these robots will explode, and you can just immediately run into this fight trigger. You don't have to wait around for like I said, like 7 seconds. Okay, E. I evade to the side the first attack, then I will start DDG slow-mowing. If you don't want to slow-mo, that's fine. The big thing to be afraid of or to watch out of is if you bring him between like 3/4 and 1/4 health, he has the potential to do an attack called platforms where he'll like spawn a bunch of platforms and go up really high, and you have to go up the platforms and go all the way up the platforms and damage them, and it's really, really obnoxious. So if you're going to slow-mo at all, or yeah, if you're going to slow-mo and you're not comfortable in your slow-mo, I'd still say if you see him about to do the platforms animation, slow-mo for like 1 or 2 DGs and just hope that he doesn't do the attack. So as soon as you hit his HP threshold, just leave him be, because the way it works is he'll transition once he's full HP.
He's absorbing the life force.
So if you try damaging him while he's in this, it'll just make it take longer.
Damn it! We'll never get anywhere like this. I'm going to try hacking into Eve and shutting him down. Back me up, 2B!
On it.
Enemy unit cut off from network
And then it's just
functionality.
making sure his HP's at 0 after NieR says on it or whatever, or 2B says on it. That's when the next transition will be. Okay, so this is the beginning of the suck. These next 2 E phases really suck. For this first one, we can at least do melee attack still. If you look in resources, there will be a document telling you what the thresholds are for what the HP thresholds are for SD killing. I'm gonna check and see what chips I have on this save real quick. So I'm not sure, because that also determines when you can SD to kill him. The big thing here, make sure you're ranged buffing. What do I have on here? Oh, that makes sense. So, make sure he's taunted. And because of the level I am and the chips I have, I knew that for me, all I had to do to kill him would be to do it. Make sure I'm buffed, make sure he's taunted, then do a double laser, and then SD. And then I knew that he would transition to the next phase. This phase is basically just RNG. You want to make sure you're buffed and you have Podfire on, but all you can really do is hope he doesn't move around too much. Which he didn't. As soon as you kill him, walk up, you get a cutscene, walk up to NieR, you'll wait for the last cutscene to go, and then that's the end of the run.
No.
It's okay. I can always reload my backup data from the bunker.
But you'll lose you, the you that exists at this very moment.
Guess so.
Guess so.
I can't upload this corrupted data to the bunker. So...
9S.
9S. So GG.
Please, Tubi. I want you
Minus
to
Grun.
do this for me.
This is NieR Automata. I guess I'll say a couple things. Please practice. Don't just spam runs. If you're having issues with tricks, practice them. Make sure you're at least semi-consistent, because if you get into a run where you're actually on good pace and then you lose the run due to messing up a trick, it feels really, really bad and it's really demoralizing. Please ask questions. There is a Run Questions channel for a reason. Yeah, I think those are the two main things I want to say. For when watching VODs or watching streams of top runners, you're gonna see stuff that's different. That's okay. Please get the tricks down I've talked about in here, consistent, and have a decent run using these strats first before you try to mess around with other stuff. There's really no tricks. There's like one skip in here that's a run killer, but besides that, you don't have things that just flat out kill your run. Yeah, that has been how to play NieR Automata. Thank you.